Tonight is a collection of true accounts from ordinary people who visited Japan's oldest shrines and felt something old already paying attention. Some came carrying things they hadn't quite named yet: a year's wait, a long exhaustion, a prayer held back too long. What they encountered was never loud. A warmth without a source, a curtain that knew when prayer began and when it ended. One man heard something enormous fall free on the last night of the year and woke the next morning quietly different. What each of them took home was not proof, only the feeling of having been briefly, without explanation, simply noticed. Close your eyes now. Let these old paths and quiet voices carry you the rest of the way into sleep. On a wet and misty morning in late autumn, a young man named Hiro stood at the threshold of the old stone bridge that leads into the inner precinct of Ayasi's grand shrine, and he was with some mild amusement at himself, the only one still fumbling with his umbrella. The bridge is called the Uji-bashi, and it spans a river whose name, the Isuzu, sounds like something water might choose for itself if water had that kind of patience. Soft and low and unhurried. Hiro had traveled from his city apartment the day before. A long afternoon of trains and station corridors that had left him with stiff shoulders and the quiet, vaguely unresolved feeling of a person who has packed a bag without being entirely sure why. He was not, he will be the first to tell you, a particularly religious person. He visited shrines when the season or the occasion made it natural. He bowed at the gate out of a habit, so old it had become instinct, and he bought the occasional small charm and left it somewhere in a drawer. But this year had a particular weight to it, the kind of weight that accumulates slowly in small increments through the months that follow January, so that by the time autumn arrives, a person can find themselves carrying something considerably heavier than they intended, without being able to point to the exact moment when it became heavy. He had not explained this to anyone. His friend Yui had asked why he was making the trip, and he had said something about wanting to see the old cedar forest, which was not entirely untrue. The rain had begun sometime before dawn. It was the particular kind of rain that does not commit to being either weather or atmosphere, fine enough to be almost invisible, persistent enough to be felt on every exposed surface, just a steady, quiet mist of it settling onto coats, sleeves, and eyelashes, and the gray gravel path with the same calm and undiscriminating touch. The air had a cold to it that lived at the back of the throat, the kind that comes with every breath and makes the inside of the mouth taste faintly of cedar and winter. A few other visitors had crossed the bridge near him, most of them walking with their heads slightly lowered against the drizzle, their footsteps muffled by the damp. Hiro crossed slowly, watching the river below, which was the color of old pewter, and moved without any urgency at all, as if it had somewhere to be and was in no particular hurry to arrive. Breath. On the other side of the bridge, the path narrowed and the trees began. The cedar trees at Ayasi are enormous, not in the way of something newly grown and proud of it, but in the way of something very old that has simply continued being, season after season, decade after decade, until the scale of it no longer registers as extraordinary to itself. They line the path in tall columns on either side, and their bark is dark with moisture, and the branches far overhead make a sound when the wind moves through them that is less like rustling and more like a slow, collected exhale, as though the forest itself were breathing at a pace much slower than anything on the ground below. Hiro walked, and the cold walked with him. His jacket, which had seemed sufficient when he had packed it 2 evenings before, was proving itself optimistic, and he could feel the chill settling in between his shoulder blades in the way cold does when it has decided, in its quiet way, to stay. He passed the first stone lantern along the path, then the second, then several more. They stood at intervals in the gray morning, covered in moss, dark with rain, their interiors unlit and still. The sounds around him were layered and soft. The hush of fine rain on gravel, the distant voice of the river still audible through the trees, the even rhythm of his own footsteps, and somewhere behind him, the low murmur of other visitors, present for a moment and then gone around a bend. His thoughts, in the loose way of a walking mind, moved from one small thing to another. A conversation he had not handled as well as he would have liked, a thing his mother had said on the phone the previous week in a tone he had not properly acknowledged, the mild domestic question of whether he had closed his apartment window before he left. These were the ordinary, circular contents of a mind that had not yet found its way to stillness. Pause. He came, in time, to a stretch of path that was simply a stretch of path. There was no gate here, no particular stone marker, no feature to distinguish it from the several hundred meters he had already walked, just the same pale gravel underfoot, the same dark cedars rising on either side, the same narrow strip of gray sky visible in the gap above, receiving the rain with the same flat patience it received everything. This was the section between the main sanctuary and one of the smaller shrines further along. Not a destination in itself, but a passage between them, the kind of space one moves through without thinking to pause. Hiro was not pausing. He was walking with his hands pressed into his jacket pockets and his shoulders slightly raised, his gaze moving along the path ahead in the unfocused way of someone whose attention is half on the ground and half somewhere else entirely. And then, without any warning and without any apparent cause, the cold stopped. Not the rain. The rain continued. He could see it in the small circular disturbances it made on the surface of a puddle at the path's edge. He could hear it still on the canopy of needles above him. But the cold, the particular, settled, resident cold that had been living in his jacket and his shoulders and in the hollows of his palms since he had stepped off the train, simply ceased. In its place there was warmth. Not a gentle suggestion of warmth, not the tentative creep of warmth returning, but something full and immediate, a heat that began somewhere in the center of his chest and spread outward through his arms, down into his hands, up into the base of his neck, across his face, the kind of warmth that felt, in a way he could not quite account for, less like a change in temperature and more like something interior, something that had perhaps always been present and had only just become perceptible. He stopped walking. He stood on the plain gravel path in the gray rain between the ancient cedars, and he looked around him with the particular alertness of someone who has the sense they have just missed something, who has turned at a sound and found nothing there, yet cannot quite dismiss the feeling. There was no fire. There was no heater, no thermal vent in the ground, no break in the cloud cover releasing a shaft of winter sunlight. The path was the same in every direction: pale stone, dark bark, soft rain, and the distant sound of the river running somewhere below the trees. The visitors who had been somewhere behind him had fallen back around a bend. The path ahead was empty. He was standing alone on an ordinary stretch of walking path between two parts of an old shrine, and his entire body was warm. Pause. He stood there for a moment, not moving, turning the sensation over in his mind in the way one examines an unfamiliar object, with curiosity rather than alarm, but carefully from several angles, uncertain which category it belonged to. His first thoughts were practical ones. Had he eaten something strange? Was he coming down with a fever? Had the exertion of the walk finally caught up with him in a flush? But a fever has an unpleasantness to it, a clammy edge, a heaviness behind the eyes, an ache that announces itself in the joints, and this had none of that. This was something else. The word that came to him, standing there on the rain-wet gravel, was clean, the way a room feels after its windows have been thrown open and a wind has moved slowly through it, carrying away whatever had gathered in the corners over the course of many months. Breath. He was not a person who spoke easily about things of spiritual nature. He was the kind of person who used words like energy or atmosphere with a certain self-consciousness, a kind of preemptive lightness in his voice, as though to acknowledge, before anyone else could, that he was aware of how those words might sound coming from someone like him. But standing on that path, in the rain, with warmth moving through him from some source he could not locate, the self-consciousness did not come. What came instead was a different quality of attention, not heightened exactly, not the sharp, narrow attention of alarm, but a wide, quiet attentiveness, the kind that arrives sometimes in the moment before sleep, when the mind releases its grip on the ordinary sequence of concerns and opens, briefly, into something broader. He noticed at some point during this standing and this not understanding that the muscles along the tops of his shoulders had released. He had not instructed them to, they had simply let go somewhere in the course of the last few minutes. And he was standing more upright than he had been, his hands loose at his sides rather than pressed into his pockets, his face lifted slightly toward the gap in the trees. The rain continued its fine, even work on everything around him. A single drop gathered at the tip of a cedar bough and fell, catching the gray light for a fraction of a second before it dissolved into the gravel below. Pause. He began walking again, slowly, and the warmth moved with him. It did not build as he walked, and it did not diminish. It simply persisted, even and steady, through the next 20 steps and the 20 steps after that, all the way to the smaller shrine at the end of the path, where 2 or 3 other visitors stood in quiet contemplation near the outer fence. He paused at the shrine, as one does, and bowed his head, and stood for a moment in the particular stillness one brings to such places, a stillness that is not quite prayer and not quite silence, but something of both. When he raised his eyes, the warmth was still there. It would remain with him, in some form, for the rest of the morning. Long pause. Later, seated on a cold wooden bench beneath an overhang at the bus stop near the shrine's entrance, waiting for the bus back toward the station, Hiro turned the experience over again in the way a person turns something over when they are not yet ready to put it down. He assembled and discarded explanations in the methodical way of someone accustomed to working through problems. A shift in the wind, a momentary gap in the clouds he had not noticed, the natural warmth of his own body reasserting itself after the long walk in the rain. None of them held. The path had been open on all sides. There had been nothing above him to deflect the air or trap heat. And body warmth returning after exertion does not arrive all at once, clean and sudden and sourceless. It comes back tentatively, in small degrees from the inside of the coat outward. This had been nothing like that. Breath. When he called Yui that evening from the small hotel room, he mentioned, almost in passing, that the shrine had been very quiet and the walk pleasant despite the rain, both of which were true. He did not mention the warmth. It was not that he was reluctant to. It was something else, something harder to name, a sense that the experience had a quality to it that certain experiences have, where the telling of it flattens it somehow, the way a dream that felt profound at 3 in the morning sounds entirely ordinary, described over a cup of tea. Yui asked if he had felt the rain, and he said that yes, it had been quite persistent, and she said she had heard the cedar forest was beautiful even in gray weather, and he said that it was that the trees were very old and very large, and the forest had a particular stillness to it even in the rain. And then they talked about other things. Pause. But in the hotel room that night, lying on top of the duvet with the small bedside lamp casting a warm and uneventful circle on the ceiling, Hiro found himself returning to the moment on the path with a kind of unhurried attention. He tried to recall it precisely, the exact step at which the cold had stopped, the quality of the warmth when it first arrived, whether there had been any accompanying sound or only the ordinary sounds of the rain in the forest. There had been no sound. There had been no visual cue, no smell of smoke or incense or anything other than cedar and rain. Just a plain stretch of gray gravel path, and then the warmth and the strange and unhurried quiet that had accompanied it, and his shoulders letting go. He thought about what his mother had said to him on the phone the previous week, that he had seemed tired lately, that she could hear it in his voice, that she hoped he was getting enough sleep and not pushing himself too hard. He had given her the small, reassuring reply that a grown son gives to a mother who is worrying, the kind of reply that is designed to be believed rather than to be fully true. But lying in the hotel room now, he turned the thought over without deflecting it. And for the first time in many weeks, it did not produce the low-grade unease that had been following him through the months. He found himself thinking, simply and without drama, that she had been right, that he had been tired, genuinely tired, for longer than he had been willing to admit. And then, a moment later, the quieter and perhaps more useful thought that it did not need to remain so. These are not remarkable thoughts. They are, in truth, very ordinary ones, the kind that most people come to eventually when a change of scenery removes them briefly from the familiar and makes it possible to see things with a kind of gentle, temporary clarity. But the thing about the warmth on the path, the strange, sourceless, enveloping warmth on that cold and rainy morning was that it had made room for those thoughts in a way that his ordinary days had not recently managed. It had interrupted for a few minutes the continuous low hum of his preoccupations, and in that interruption something had, very slightly, shifted. Not dramatically, not in a way he could have charted or explained to anyone with any confidence, but shifted all the same. Pause. He did not know what to call what had happened on that plain stretch of path between the old shrines. He was not a person who reached easily for words like grace or blessing or the attention of something ancient and large and fundamentally indifferent to human schedules, and he did not reach for them now. He left the experience unnamed, there in the quiet hotel room, in the soft lamplight, the way one sometimes leaves a door slightly open rather than closed. Not because one expects something to come through it, but because the openness itself feels right. Some things, he found himself thinking, do not require a name in order to be real. They require only being received, quietly, without too much effort to pin them into the category of coincidence and move on, or to inflate them into something they may not be. Something on that path had been warm. He had been warm. The rain had continued, and the cedar trees had stood in their ancient rows, and the gravel had been gray and wet and ordinary. And in the middle of all that ordinary cold, something had passed through him with warmth. Pause. He turned off the lamp. The room settled into the particular soft dark of a place in a quiet town where the streetlights are old and low, where the darkness does not press in but simply arranges itself, the way a room arranges itself when a last person has left for the night and there is nothing more required of it. Outside, somewhere in the direction of the river, a bird made a single quiet sound, or perhaps it was the wind moving through the cedars. At that distance, in the dark, it was not easy to say which. Hiro lay still and let his breathing slow, and the memory of the warmth was there at the edge of his awareness, neither asking for attention nor requiring explanation, simply present, the way a kindness continues to be present long after the moment of it has passed, carried forward without effort, without quite knowing how. And for now, in that small, quiet room on the edge of the old forest, with the rain still falling softly outside, that was enough. And so we leave that quiet place behind, its quiet shadows folding back into the dark from which they came. There is no need to hold on to any of it. Let it drift the way a half-remembered dream drifts when morning has not quite arrived. You can rest here for a moment, in this gentle space between one story and the next. Take a slow breath in and let it go just as slowly. The night is still long, and there is nowhere you need to be. Our story continues now. The same night unfolding, the same still hours stretching out ahead, and all you need to do is let the words carry you a little further into the dark and into rest. Aoi had walked this way many times, along the long, shadowed path that leads into the heart of IC's inner shrine, the one the Japanese call Naiku, and she knew, by now, that she would feel the change in the air well before she reached the stone steps where prayer begins. She was there on a morning in late autumn, when the sugi trees on either side of the path stood very still, and the Isuzu River, running alongside in the valley far below, made its soft and unremarkable sound over the stones, the same sound it had been making for as long as anyone had come here to listen. She had come alone, which was how she preferred it when the journey felt important, and she had no particular urgency this morning. No train to catch for several hours, no obligations pressing. Only the walk, the cold air, and whatever it was she had come here to say. There is a stillness that seems to fall over a person when they enter the grounds of a very old shrine. Not the simple absence of noise, more the presence of something that has been waiting. And Aoi had learned, over years of returning to this place, to slow herself when she felt it arrive, to let it do its work. She walked at half her ordinary pace along the white gravel path, her footsteps making the small, companionable sound of stone shifting underfoot, and she let her shoulders drop, let her hands fall loose at her sides, let the morning arrange itself around her however it liked. The sugi trees at ISC are enormous things, centuries old, some of them, their trunks the width of a small room, their bark the color of old rain. And when you walk among them, you become, without quite deciding to, a very small and very recent addition to the world. Aoi had first come to this shrine as a child, with her parents, before she was old enough to understand what it meant to bow formally before something she couldn't see, and she had spent the years since gradually, quietly figuring it out. She crossed the Uji Bridge over the Isuzu River, the wooden planks solid and worn smooth in the center, the water below running fast and cold and catching what little early light there was, and felt, as she always did at this crossing, that she was passing from one kind of world into another. On the far side, the air changed the way it always did, becoming cooler and carrying with it the smell of old cedar and clean stone and something faintly mineral that she had never quite been able to name, only to recognize when she arrived at it. She paused at the temizusha, the stone basin near the entrance, where the ladles rest in a row, and washed her hands in the cold water there, following the ritual movement. The pour from the wooden ladle, left hand then right, and then the careful tipping of the ladle to clean its own handle. The water was sharper than she had expected on this particular morning, very cold indeed, and she held her hands in it for a moment longer than the ritual strictly required, because cold water had a way, she had found, of clarifying things. There were not many other people at the shrine at this hour. A few quiet figures moving along the paths. One man in a dark coat, standing still before a smaller subsidiary shrine with his head bowed. A woman with a child drowsing against her shoulder. And the overall feeling was of a place that had not entirely woken yet, or perhaps of a place that didn't need to wake in the ordinary sense, because it was always, at some level, attending. Aoi walked the main approach, past the guardian trees and the small stone lanterns set at intervals in the gravel. And she was aware, in the way you become aware when you are paying attention to something other than your own thoughts, of the weight of the place pressing down gently around her, not unpleasantly, not with any sense of threat, but with the accumulated quality of centuries of people arriving here with their hopes and their quiet sorrows. She had read once that the shrine buildings at ISC are rebuilt every 20 years. Every piece of wood replaced, every beam and plank and thatch renewed, the old structure taken apart with great care and the new one raised beside it in exactly the same form. And yet the shrine itself is understood to be eternal. The form is kept with absolute precision across hundreds of cycles of renewal, so that what stands now is simultaneously 1,000 years old and barely 2 decades new, depending entirely on how you choose to measure such a thing. She had always found this thought more comforting than strange. The idea that something essential could persist while everything material was let go and remade again and again without loss, and she returned to it sometimes in other contexts when she needed it. She reached the inner sanctum and stood at the base of the stone steps, looking up. The steps themselves were broad and shallow, old stone worn smooth in the center from long use, and at the top of them was the entrance to the inner fence, the sacred precincts that most visitors never enter. And above it all, visible from where she stood, the main hall's thatched roof, and below the lower eaves, the curtain. The mako, the silk curtain, was white and heavy and still, hanging from a beam just inside the fence gate, the bottom of it resting against the ground, the whole of it arranged with the kind of absolute regularity that suggests something which has hung in exactly this way for a very long time. Aoi stood at the base of the steps and did what she had been taught, what everyone does here, and murmured the old word quietly to herself before ascending. Norido, the formal greeting that precedes approach, the acknowledgement that you're entering a place which asks something particular of you. And then she began to climb. At the top of the steps, she found a space among the few others already standing there, and she settled into the formal posture, feet together, hands at her sides, and felt the posture do what it always did, which was to quiet the body, or perhaps to remind the body of a quietness that was already there, waiting to be assumed. She lowered her head in the first deep bow and held it. And in that held position, with her eyes on the pale gravel at her feet, she felt it, a movement in the air, sudden but not sharp, more like the air had gathered itself and exhaled deliberately and without hurry. Not wind in the ordinary sense, not the restless kind that comes from no particular direction and touches your face from all sides at once, but a single, purposeful movement, as though something had decided to breathe. She raised her head. The white silk curtain had lifted, not fluttering at its edges, not rippling in the way cloth moves when a breeze catches it sideways. It was rising steadily from the bottom up, the way a curtain rises when something is about to begin, the whole length of it ascending until it hung suspended well above the ground, open and held and very still. Aoi stood without moving for a moment, simply looking at it. She had seen this before, this exact thing, this particular quality of movement and suspension over the years of her visits to this shrine, but not every time, never on every visit, and she had never once come to expect it. There had been mornings when the curtain remained exactly as it always did, heavy and still and beautiful in its stillness, and she had prayed before it and bowed to it and felt whatever she felt, which was always something quiet and real, and then walked back down the steps. And there were mornings like this one, and she had never entirely known what to do with the difference between them, except to notice it and carry it carefully and not try to resolve it into something it wasn't. She began her prayer, the 2 deep bows, the 2 measured claps of her hands, and then the long middle, the quiet part, which for Aoi was less a sequence of words than a kind of opening, a making available of whatever in her needed tending to. As she prayed, the curtain held its position, lifted and suspended, the white silk gathering the pale morning light that came in under the thatched eave above, so that it seemed to have a faint brightness of its own, something just at the edge of ordinary. She was aware of the other people beside her, a woman with a small child, an older man in a dark suit, all of them in the same formal posture, and she found herself wondering, briefly and without any need to know the answer, whether they were seeing what she was seeing. Her eyes closed again, the way they sometimes do in prayer, not from intention, but from something the body decides for itself. And she let them close, and let the rest of it, the sound of the river beyond the fence, the cold air moving slowly across her face, the deep cedar smell of the morning, become the container rather than the content. There is something about praying in a very old place that is different from praying anywhere else, and Aoi had thought about this across many visits, trying to understand what the difference was, because it seemed worth being precise about. It was not the architecture, exactly, though the clean wood and the undecorated surfaces and the severe and beautiful simplicity of it all certainly helped to produce the right conditions in a person. And it was not the age, exactly, though the knowledge that people had stood in this same posture before this same curtain for longer than most nations have existed, did something to the scale of whatever you were bringing. It was more like being received. She had eventually decided, the way a letter is received when it reaches the right address and is opened by the person it was written for. And she had stopped trying to improve on this description because it was as close as words seemed able to get. The curtain stayed lifted through the whole of her prayer. That much she was certain of when she came to think about it afterward. It had not wavered, not dropped even slightly, not shifted from that suspended attitude all the way through. She prayed for her brother Run, who had been unwell that winter and was managing it in the way he managed most things, without complaint, without drawing attention to himself, which was precisely why she worried about him. She prayed for her friend Yui, who had recently made a difficult and necessary decision and seemed, afterward, to have arrived at a peace that Aoi wanted confirmed somehow, made more durable by whatever this place made more durable. She prayed for the ordinary things, health, continuity, the small particular joys she was present enough to recognize and grateful enough to name. And she prayed without words and without quite knowing she was doing it, for the thing she always prayed for in this place, which was not an outcome, but something harder to articulate. A wishing to be right with whatever this was, a wanting to be the kind of person who deserved mornings like this one. Prayers at IC, she had always felt, were not transactional. You did not present a list of requirements and wait for them to be processed. They were more like a conversation with someone who already knew what you needed and simply wanted you to say it out loud in a formal and honest way so that you could know it too. This was not a theology she had read anywhere, not something derived from study or instruction, only a feeling she had accumulated over years of standing in exactly this posture in exactly this place, watching the feeling refine itself with each return. At some point, she became aware that the prayer was ending. Not because she had reached a conclusion, not because she had run out of things to say, but because the feeling shifted as it does, from open to complete, the way a breath finishes naturally before the next one begins without any deciding. She brought her hands together for the final 2 claps, their small, clean sound carrying briefly in the cold air and then dissolving. And then she lowered her head deeply for the final bow. In the moment her chin reached her chest, she felt the air move again. That same quality of movement, the same purposeful and unhurried quality. And when she straightened and looked up, the white silk curtain was settling back into place slowly, without haste, arranging itself with the same absolute regularity with which it had always hung. She stood for a long moment after it had finished moving, looking at the curtain where it rested now, still and white and ordinary again, and she felt the particular thing she always felt when this happened, which was not exactly awe and not exactly relief and not exactly gratitude, but something that moved through all 3 and came to rest in a place she had no word for. The timing of it was what she kept returning to in the days and weeks after this visit, when she found herself sitting with the memory of that morning. Not the simple fact of the curtain moving, but precisely when it had moved at the first bow, holding steadily through the entire length of the prayer, and settling again at the final bow, as though whatever had moved it had been watching, and had known with precision when the thing began and when it ended. She had sat with the reasonable explanations, air currents, the movement of bodies in an enclosed space, the sensitivity of fine silk to any disturbance. And she had given them their proper weight, had not dismissed them without thought. And then she had set them aside, not because she had disproved them, but because they didn't seem to be the point, because the point was something the explanations couldn't quite touch, even if they were entirely correct. She descended the stone steps slowly, and the gravel made its small sound underfoot, and the sugi trees stood in their enormous patience on either side, and the river beyond the fence continued its long, unhurried conversation with its own stones. She walked the return path without hurrying, past the subsidiary shrines, past the stone basins, past the guardian trees that filtered the morning light into long, shifting patterns on the ground, and found that her shoulders were lower than they had been when she arrived, her breath easier, her hands open at her sides. She recrossed the Uji Bridge and stood at the far side for a moment, looking back toward the tree line, the thatched roof of the main hall just visible among the cedars, pale against the pale autumn sky. She had been visiting this shrine since she was a child, and she would come again, next year perhaps, or the year after, whenever the feeling gathered in her that it was time, and she did not know, when that visit came, whether the curtain would lift. It had not risen every time. There were mornings when it stayed exactly as it was, perfectly still, and the prayer was still a prayer, and the morning was still a morning, and she left carrying whatever she always left carrying, and that uncertainty was, she had come to understand, a kind of gift in itself. It was not a guaranteed performance, not something you could count on or schedule around. It was something that happened when it happened and did not when it did not. And the not knowing was its own kind of attention, its own form of care, the way a good friend surprises you not by being predictable, but by being present. Somewhere in the cedars overhead, a bird she couldn't name called once and then fell quiet. And the light was strengthening now, the kind of pale autumn light that doesn't promise warmth but delivers a particular clarity instead. She thought about Run, who would be waking somewhere in a different prefecture around now, making his careful morning with tea and the slow movements of someone conserving what they had. She thought about Yui, who had sounded lighter on the phone last week than she had in months, a lightness that felt earned rather than performed, the kind that tends to hold. She thought about all the people who had walked out of this place across all the centuries of its existence. The pilgrims in the Edo period who had traveled for weeks on foot to arrive here, who had a word for the journey, Okajimeri, the grateful pilgrimage, and who had then turned around and walked the long way home again. Different prayers, different sorrows, different names carried through different seasons. And the same cold water, the same gravel underfoot, the same curtain hanging in the same way between the same carved posts under the same thatched eave. She reached the gate at the edge of the grounds and stopped and turned back once more and made the departure bow, the same deep bow she had made at the stone steps, only in the other direction now, the formal close of the morning. Then she stepped through and back into the ordinary world, which on the other side of the gate meant a car park and a bus schedule and a phone with several messages she had not yet read. And all of it was fine. All of it was simply what the rest of the day was made of. She walked through it with her shoulders still low and her hands still open and the cold morning still sitting in her, somewhere around the chest, the way cold air settles into a person who has been still in it long enough. She did not tell most people about the curtain, not in detail, not in a way that required them to form an opinion, because opinions about such things tended to flatten them, to file them neatly away as either proof of something or as nothing at all, and she didn't want it filed anywhere. She wanted it to remain what it was, a thing that had happened on several mornings in a place she had loved since before she was old enough to have a word for that kind of love. Something she would carry the way you carry things that belong only to you, carefully, without quite looking at them directly, in the knowledge that they don't require anything from you except to not be dropped. Walking toward her car in the pale and clarifying light, she felt a simple gratitude for the curtain and for the timing, for the cold water and the cedar smell and the bird that had called once from somewhere overhead and then thought better of it. Gratitude without fuss, without needing anything more than what had already been given. She had been noticed or felt as though she had been, which perhaps amounted to the same thing, or perhaps didn't, and she found she was content to let that question rest without an answer, the way you let a sleeping thing rest without disturbing it to check that it is sleeping. Some things are better carried than solved, and she had learned, across the many mornings she had given to this place across the years, that this particular thing was one of them. The silk curtain, lifting and settling and lifting again across the years of her visits, as unhurried and as precise as a hand placed briefly on a shoulder. That, perhaps, is where this particular morning rests. And so we leave those still moments behind, its quiet details settling like dust and still air, unhurried, complete. There's no need to hold on to it. Let it drift the way a half-remembered dream softens at the edges and becomes simply warmth. If you like, take a slow breath now, in through the nose, and let it go without thinking about it. The same night is still unfolding around you. The same soft darkness, the same unhurried hours. Our story is not finished. It continues, the same voices, the same gentle world, carrying you a little further into rest. There is nowhere else to be. Only here, only this, only the sound of words arriving one at a time, like slow footsteps down a corridor you already know. Somewhere in the middle of an ordinary Saturday morning, a young man named Takashi found himself standing at the edge of the approach to Hikawa Shrine, still wearing the light jacket he had not thought he would need, holding nothing in particular in his hands. He had not planned the visit. Not exactly. He had simply been walking, the way one sometimes walks on a quiet morning with nowhere especially to be, and the path had wound itself here, to this particular street, where the old stone lanterns stood at intervals and the cedars stood beyond them, tall and unhurried. The shrine was close to where he lived, which meant he had passed it many dozens of times without going in, the way we sometimes pass the familiar thing for years before one morning something shifts and we step toward it instead of past it. He moved slowly along the approach, not because he was cautious, but because the stone path and the old trees and the faint smell of something cool and green had done to his pace what such places always seem to do. Slowed it, without asking, the way a hand placed gently on a shoulder will slow a hurrying person without a word. There was one other visitor ahead of him, an older woman in a gray coat moving with small, careful steps, and beyond her the torii gate stood waiting, its red weathered over the years to something darker and more private, the kind of red that does not show off. He had been to shrines before, many of them, in the way of someone who finds himself drawn to quiet places without thinking too hard about why. And Hikawa had always felt to him like a shrine that was simply going about its own business, not theatrical, not performing for anyone, just present in the way that old things are present. He had taken perhaps a dozen slow steps past the first stone lantern when he noticed it. At first, it was only a movement at the very edge of his vision, something dark and unhurried lifting out of the shadow beneath the nearest cedar, moving with the particular patient rhythm of a large butterfly in flight, not the quick, nervous flutter of the small ones, but the deep and measured wing beat of something that had no need to hurry anywhere. He saw it come near, the wings wide and nearly black, the body held with a kind of gravity that seemed at odds with the fact of flight, and he noticed the way it moved with a deliberateness that the usual drifting of butterflies does not quite have, something more directed, something that was, he thought, moving toward him. He was right. The butterfly came close, within arm's reach, close enough that he might have reached out a finger if he had thought to, and then, instead of passing on by the way such creatures do, it circled him, not once and then away. Not the brief glancing orbit of an insect redirected by a warm body and quickly moving on, but a full, slow, deliberate circle, the butterfly tracing its unhurried path around him at about the height of his chest, its wings opening and closing in that same patient beat, as though it had all the time in the morning and had chosen to spend a portion of it here. Takashi did not move. He was not sure afterward whether he had made a decision to hold still or whether stillness had simply arrived in him, the way it sometimes comes when something unexpected draws us out of our ordinary motion and sets us down inside a moment that asks, quietly, to be met on its own terms. The butterfly completed its first circuit and began the second, and he found himself tracking it with his eyes without turning his head, watching it move around him in that slow and patient arc, close enough that he could see the faint shimmer along the outer edges of the black wings. The small particular detail of the body held steady between the two great dark sails of it. He noticed, somewhere in the second circuit, that his breathing had slowed. It was a strange thing to notice, and he noticed it as if from a small distance. The recognition that whatever had been moving quickly inside him before, the mild background weight of Saturday morning, the unfinished things waiting at home, the small accounting of the week that most people carry without being fully aware they are carrying it, had quieted without any effort on his part. The way a room quiets when someone opens a window and a soft wind comes through. The butterfly moved through its second loop, steady and unhurried, and the old cedar smell was in the air. And somewhere in the distance a crow called once, and then was quiet again, and the older woman ahead had reached the torii gate and passed through it with her small, careful steps, and none of this seemed to matter very much compared to the small dark shape completing its patient revolution around him. He thought, in the loosened way one thinks in such moments, of his grandmother. She had told him, years ago now, in that particular tone she reserved for things she considered both important and hard to explain, that the black swallowtail was not an ordinary butterfly, that the old people in the village where she had grown up had always spoken of it with a certain respect, as a creature that did not come to you without some meaning behind it, though what that meaning was she had never tried to pin down in words, because some things, she said, were better left in the space where they lived rather than dragged into language and made smaller. He had been young when she told him this, young enough that it had settled into him not as a belief exactly, but as a known shape in the world, something he would recognize again if he encountered it, the way you recognize a melody you last heard when you were very small. He had not thought about it in years. The third circle began. He felt, in a way he could not have described precisely, that something was completing itself. Not a dramatic thing, not a revelation, just a quiet completion, the way a sentence completes when the last word finds its place, and the meaning that was always there is now simply resting in the open. The butterfly moved slowly around him one final time, its wings rising and falling with that same untroubled patience. And Takashi stood in the morning air and let it happen, not reaching for an explanation, not reaching for anything, only standing there on the old stone path between the lanterns with his hands loose at his sides. Then the third circle ended, and the butterfly drifted for a moment in the air just ahead of him, its wings still working their slow, patient beat, and there was a moment of stillness between them, or that was how he would later think of it, as though there had been a moment of mutual acknowledgement, though he knew that attributing acknowledgement to a butterfly was not a sensible thing and yet could not quite talk himself out of it. His feet moved forward, the small natural movement of someone who has been paused in the middle of a path and now simply continues, and in the moment that his foot crossed the threshold of the torii gate. Not before, not after, but in that exact instant of crossing, the butterfly lifted. Not quickly, not like a startled thing. It rose in a single long and unhurried arc, up past the line where the cedar branches met the sky. And then it was gone, absorbed into the light and the green and the morning, as quietly as if it had simply stepped back into the world it belonged to, the task it had come to do now finished. Takashi stood just inside the gate for a while, not moving, the warm stone of the torii behind him and the shrine path ahead leading on toward the main hall, and he was aware that something had just happened that he did not entirely have language for. Not something frightening, not something that needed explaining, just something that had settled into him and was sitting there quietly, the way a smooth stone settles in still water. He thought for a moment about what he would say if someone asked him later how his visit had gone, and the thought almost made him smile, because anything he might say would be true, but would also fail to reach the center of it. He walked slowly the rest of the approach, hands loose, the earlier weight of the morning gone from somewhere in his chest. At the main hall, he bowed twice, clapped twice, and stood in the good silence for a while, not speaking any particular wish aloud, just letting the morning be what it was, the smell of cedar and old stone, the faint creak of a branch high above, the sound of the city held back at a respectful distance by the trees. Afterward, on the way home, he stopped at the small coffee stand near the station and sat for a few minutes with a paper cup warming his hands, turning the memory of the butterfly over in his mind the way you turn something smooth in your hand. Not trying to make it mean something specific, only noticing how good it felt to hold. That evening, the way one sometimes does in the quiet hours, he found himself reading, not looking for anything in particular, only following a thread the way we follow threads in the soft part of the night when the ordinary work of the day has finally set us down. He had searched, without quite meaning to, for the black swallowtail shrines, and the thread had led him somewhere he had not expected. There were others, many others, their accounts scattered across quiet corners of the internet the way such things tend to collect, written in the careful plain language of people who are trying to describe something they cannot quite explain, who had written about the same thing, a black butterfly circling, hovering close, accompanying a person along a shrine approach, and then lifting away. And the experiences they described had a quality that he recognized immediately, the same quality. His own had the sense of something unhurried and attentive and not quite accidental. One person had written about visiting Ayase Jingu, the great inner shrine on the coast, and a black swallowtail that had stayed close beside them all the way from the first torii to the inner gate, riding the air at shoulder height for the whole long walk, unbothered by the other visitors, apparently interested in nothing except their company. Another had written that theirs had come and gone 3 times along the same path, appearing, circling once, vanishing into the tree line, only to reappear 100 meters further on and circle again, as though checking in, as though making sure everything was all right. And several had written, as he himself had experienced, of the butterfly accompanying them precisely as far as the torii gate and no further, rising at the threshold and sailing up and away, as though the visit had been meant for the path and not the inner precinct, as if the threshold itself had been the whole point, the crossing, not the destination. He read these accounts in the quiet of his apartment, the lamp on and the city outside, making its low familiar sound, and he felt the same settled quality that he had felt standing inside the torii that morning. Something that did not ask to be solved, that was content simply to be known about, to be carried gently. He thought about thresholds, the way the butterfly had seemed to mark one, the idea, old and found in many places, that a threshold is not merely a line on the ground, but a kind of seam between one quality of attention and another, the place where ordinary space gives way to something that has been set apart, and your breathing changes, and you become for a little while a different version of yourself. He thought about his grandmother, who had passed some years ago now, and who had believed in these things not with argument or theory, but with the easy, uncomplicated certainty of someone for whom the world had always simply been fuller than it looked. He wondered, the way one wonders about such things in a lamp-lit room when the night is doing its slow work, whether the butterfly had anything to do with her, whether in whatever the world is when we are not attending strictly to the visible version of it. She had sensed something to walk beside him along a shrine path on an ordinary Saturday, to circle him 3 slow times and remind him, without words, that he was not as alone in the world as we all tend to feel on weekday mornings. He found, considering this, that the answer did not particularly matter to him. Whether the world is full of messengers or full of beautiful coincidences, the feeling at the end of it is the same, that something had paused beside you, had spent a portion of its small morning in your company, had circled you 3 slow times with its great dark wings, and then lifted away into the green, and that you were, in ways that could not be measured, not quite the same person who had stepped onto that path an hour before. He closed the phone and turned off the lamp and lay in the dark for a while, letting the day settle into the quiet space behind his eyes. The butterflies circled him one more time in the almost sleep, not a startling thing, only a shape moving in slow and easy arcs at the very edge of the dark, its wings wide and patient, the city outside making its low familiar sound, the night doing its steady work of pulling the weight of things gently downward. And that, perhaps, is where this part of the story rests for tonight, in a small room, in the lamp darkness, in the memory of a threshold and a black butterfly that knew exactly how far it was meant to go and went no further and left a young man standing in the morning air in the most comfortable kind of wonder. And so we leave that small scene behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the way a house does when it thinks no one is listening anymore. You can rest here for a moment, in the space between one story and the next. There is no hurry, no place you need to be. Let your breathing slow, let your shoulders find the pillow a little more completely. The same night is still unfolding, the same soft darkness holding everything in place, and our next story continues within it, unhurried, patient, waiting for you exactly where you are. There's nothing to hold on to, only the sound of this voice and the gentle turning of the hour. In the soft gray of a morning that had not yet made up its mind about becoming day, a man named Daichi made his way slowly along the stone path that leads away from Aisi's inner shrine. The Naiku, the older and more sacred of the two great shrines. And the whole world around him was very still. The cedar trees standing in the half-light the way they have always stood, with a patience that has nothing to do with time. He had set his alarm in the small hours to make this visit, woken by a feeling he could not entirely explain. Not urgency, not anything as tidy as religious duty, but something softer and more persistent, like a quiet insistence from somewhere he could not quite locate, the way you sometimes feel drawn toward the window on a certain kind of morning without knowing why. He had driven through streets that were entirely empty, the town of IC still sleeping around him, the lights along the road doing their quiet work for no one in particular. The sky above the low rooftops holding on to its darkness with the particular stubbornness of a sky that knows morning is coming and sees no reason to hurry. When he had stepped out of the car and the air had met him, cool and very clean, carrying the faint mineral scent of the nearby river and the deeper, older smell of cedar, which is not quite like anything else in which the mind, once it has learned it, recognizes immediately. Something in him had settled without being asked to. He had walked the approach path in the near dark, the stone lanterns along the way giving off their soft, warm light, and he had crossed the Uji Bridge over the Isuzu River. The river itself, invisible below in the darkness, but audible as a low and steady murmuring. The sound of very old water going about its ancient, unhurried business. The inner sanctum is not a place you simply walk into, and Daichi had stood at the proper distance, bowed at the proper moments, and tried to be the kind of person a place like that deserves, not attempting prayer so much as attempting stillness, which is perhaps the more honest offering anyway. What he had felt, standing there in the hush of it, was something he would later struggle to put into words. Not a dramatic feeling, not the sort of thing that makes a story at a dinner table, but something quieter, something more like the settling of tea leaves in a cup when you stop stirring and simply hold it and wait. There had been one or two other early visitors moving with the same deliberate quiet, keeping respectfully to themselves, and the whole precinct had the feeling of a place that had been doing something important uninterrupted for a very long time, and that was entirely accustomed to being watched over. The cedar trees above the main path are very tall and very old, and in the dim morning light their trunks disappeared upward into a canopy still too dark to see clearly, and their roots had long since lifted parts of the stone path, so that you had to watch your step, which seemed perhaps intentional. He had stood for a while after finishing, not praying exactly, not thinking exactly, simply standing the way you stand in certain places when you do not want to leave quite yet, but also cannot find a reason to stay, the way you linger at the end of a piece of music that moved you more than you expected. The Isuzu River was running clear somewhere below, audible from where he stood, and the sound of it was the kind of sound that makes thinking feel unnecessary, the kind that has been running for so long it has become a kind of answer to questions you did not know you were carrying. Eventually, as all visitors do, he turned and walked back the way he had come, past the stone steps and the old lanterns beginning to dim as the sky imperceptibly lightened in the east, past the enormous cedar whose roots had made the most dramatic disruption of the path, and which stood there without apparent apology. The parking area was still nearly empty when he returned to it, his car sitting alone in its spot, a dark and reliable shape among the trees, misted over slightly from the cool of the night, a thin layer of dew on the roof catching the first suggestions of the morning's gray light. He opened the door, and the familiar smell of the interior came out to meet him. The worn fabric of the seat, the faint staleness of a car that has driven long distances and rested overnight, the particular domestic warmth of an enclosed space that has been closed since evening. And it felt, as it sometimes does after a long walk and a long quiet, something like welcome. He settled into the driver's seat in the way you settle into a seat that knows you, making the small automatic adjustments that are not quite conscious choices, shifting slightly, leaning back just so, letting the cushion take the weight of your back in a way that only your own car's cushion quite manages. He reached across himself for the seat belt and pulled it smoothly and clicked it into place. And there was something about that small, ordinary sound, the modest and reliable click of the mechanism catching, that was oddly satisfying in the silence of the early morning, a tiny note of order in an otherwise open and formless hour. He slid the key into the ignition and turned it, and the engine considered itself for a brief moment, as engines do first thing in the morning, and then settled into its low familiar hum, and the dashboard lit up with its small array of indicators, and the world of the car organized itself quietly around him. The heater began thinking about working, making a low, considering sound as it came to terms with being switched on, and Daichi found himself thinking in the shapeless and meandering way that follows prayer or music or any experience that has temporarily interrupted the ordinary current of thought. He was not thinking about anything in particular, or rather, he was thinking in the soft and directionless way that feels less like thinking than like simply holding things, the way you might hold several smooth stones in your palm without examining any of them closely. The window on his side was down. He usually left it down on drives like this in the early morning before the warmth arrived because he had always liked the feeling of morning air moving against his face when driving, the way it shifts and reminds you that you are alive and going somewhere, even when you have not quite decided where. He reached for the gear shift and had just begun the small automatic calculation of which way to turn when he reached the road, whether to stop for breakfast now or simply make his way home, whether the morning was early enough to avoid the traffic that gathered later, when something happened. It was not a dramatic something. From the direction of the street trees at the edge of the parking area, something moved through the open window. It was a leaf, a single leaf, small and whole and very fresh. The kind that belongs to early summer when the new growth is still at its most tender and improbably bright. The kind that looks almost too green to be real, too complete and too new, as though it has only recently decided to exist. It came through the open window in a single unhurried arc, the way something moves when it is not being blown, but rather carried, as though it had a destination clearly in mind and was simply taking its time getting there. And it landed on the dashboard in front of him, turned once very slightly, and then came to rest. Daichi sat with his hands still on the gear shift and looked at it. There had been no wind, or none that he could recall. The morning had been still, The kind of morning where the air is cool but not moving, and the trees along the parking area were holding their branches without rustling, without releasing anything. He looked out through the windshield at the trees, and they were still, and he looked back at the leaf on the dashboard, and it was still resting there with the uncomplicated calm of something that has found where it was going. He found himself thinking, very slowly and without anything that resembled alarm, that this was a somewhat strange thing to have happened, though strange in a mild and pleasant way, the way certain coincidences are strange, not frightening and not demanding of explanation, simply present and slightly inexplicable and not particularly interested in being explained. He reached out and picked it up, and it weighed almost nothing, which is how summer leaves are when they are new. The weight's so slight that you feel mainly the warmth of your own hand beneath it. He turned it gently between his fingers, looking at the smooth upper surface and the slightly rougher texture underneath and the network of veins running through it. That precise and ancient map, the same in all leaves, the branching and rebranching of a design that has been solving the same problem of carrying water and light for longer than there have been people to notice it. It was entirely ordinary, this leaf, the kind that would go completely unnoticed on any street in any city in Japan, the kind that accumulates in gutters and along the edges of paths and is stepped over without a second thought by everyone who passes. And yet here it was in his palm, having come through his window on a still morning outside the inner shrine at ISC, and he found himself holding it with a care that surprised him a little, as though it were something delicate that deserved not to be dropped. He held it for a while, long enough that the engine had warmed properly and the heater had begun to actually produce warm air, instead of merely considering the possibility, and he found himself thinking about the prayer he had just finished, and about what it means to go to a sacred place. About what such places give back, if they give anything back, or whether they're simply places for the giving, for setting down whatever you have been carrying, for standing quietly and admitting that there are things larger than your own concerns, for the small and underrated practice of not asking for anything at all. He had no particular answers to these questions, and in the still and gentle early morning outside ISC, with a single fresh leaf resting in his palm, it did not feel like a moment that required answers. Some things he found himself thinking, and the thought arrived the way the leaf had arrived, without announcement and without urgency. Some things are simply to be held for a while, not analyzed, not resolved, just held until the holding itself becomes the understanding. He set it back down on the dashboard very gently, with the care you give to something fragile, the stem pointing toward the passenger seat, the tip of it resting against the slight curve where the dashboard met the base of the windshield, and he put the car in gear and eased out of the parking area and onto the empty road. The trees on either side of the road were waking up the way trees do in early summer. The birds in the branches beginning their slow and slightly disorganized conversation, and the sky was by now unmistakably lighter, pale and clear, with the first real suggestion of warmth beginning to gather somewhere beyond the eastern horizon. He drove without the radio, which he noticed only because he usually turned it on without thinking, and the silence felt right for the morning, felt like the correct and natural continuation of what the shrine had begun. The leaf on the dashboard caught the first real light of the day and seemed, for a moment, even brighter than it already was, a small and vivid green against the dark plastic, a piece of outside that had decided to come inside. He thought, as the road passed beneath him, about finding a safer place for it. People generally do not keep loose leaves on their dashboards, knowing they will slide in corners and eventually fall behind things and be lost. But each time the thought arose, he found himself not quite reaching for it. It had arrived where it had arrived, and something in him was reluctant to make a decision about what that meant by moving it, as though to move it were to assert an authority over the morning's small mystery that he had not been granted and did not feel he had earned. So it stayed, and the drive home was long, and the sun came all the way up, and the road filled gradually with other cars, and the ordinary world reasserted itself at its usual unhurried pace. And by the time he pulled into his own space at home many hours later, the leaf had dried very slightly at the edges and lost a little of the suppleness of its newest freshness. He left on the dashboard when he got out of the car and went inside. He left it there the next day when he drove to the supermarket, and again the day after when he made his way to work. And after a few weeks, it stopped being a daily decision. It had simply become a fact of the car, the way small things accumulate and stay and eventually become part of the landscape you no longer notice you're noticing. The leaf changed over the following months, as leaves will when they are separated from their tree. The bright early summer green slowly mellowing, deepening, settling eventually into something more like the color of old paper or pale parchment, dry and matte, the veins still perfectly visible across its surface, even more clearly now than they had been when it was green and new. It shrank a little, as dried things do, and the edges curled very gently inward, and it became lighter still, lighter than it had been when he first picked it up, which had already been barely anything at all. People who rode in his car sometimes noticed it and asked what it was, and he told them simply that it was a leaf from ISC, which was true, and they would look at it for a moment and then look back at the road, because there is nothing about a dry leaf on a dashboard that insists on further explanation. His friend Yui, who had never been to ISC herself, once held it between both hands very carefully and said that it felt somehow older than it looked, older than a leaf has any particular reason to feel. And Daichi had smiled and said that was quite possible, and she had set it back in its place without asking anything more, which was the right response. It was an odd home for something sacred. He sometimes thought, if sacred was even the right word, there among the small instruments and the air vents and the accumulated modest debris of a car used every day, the parking receipts, the pen that no longer wrote, the coins that had rolled out of somewhere and settled into the gap between the seat and the console. And yet it seemed entirely right, too. In some way he could not quite argue, but also did not need to argue. A small and unsanctioned altar to nothing in particular, presiding quietly over the daily drives to work and back, over the late night returns from dinners that went long, over the rainy commutes when the wipers moved back and forth in their patient rhythm and the world outside was gray and perfectly ordinary. He occasionally wondered on summer drives when the windows were down and the warm air moved through the car, whether the leaf might take flight again, whether it might simply lift one day and sailed back out through the window the way it had sailed in, returning to whatever it had briefly come from, but it never did. It stayed in its place on the dashboard with a quiet persistence that matched, in some way, the stillness of the morning in which it had arrived. And once he stopped worrying that it might leave, he stopped worrying about it all. The way you stop worrying about things that have demonstrated quietly and without drama that they know perfectly well what they're doing. He tried, once or twice in the years that followed, to think carefully through what had actually happened, to reconstruct the physics of it. To find the wind, he must simply have failed to notice, to account for the particular angle of the branch and the weight of the leaf and the timing of the engine starting, all of it presumably adding up to some reasonable and ordinary explanation. And perhaps it does. Somewhere, perhaps there's a perfectly sensible account of the morning sitting patiently in the waiting room of physics, ready to be found, ready to account for everything if only someone asked the right questions in the right order. But he found, as the months and then the years passed, that he was less and less interested in finding it. That something in him preferred the version of that morning in which a fresh leaf came through his window on a still day outside one of the oldest sacred places in Japan and simply chose his dashboard as the place where it would rest. Not because he needed it to mean something grand, not because he required it to be a message or a gift or a sign of anything in particular, but because the world, in his experience, is full of small, inexplicable moments of what might reasonably be called tenderness, and this had been one of them, and he saw no particular reason to argue it away when argument would cost him more than it would give him. Some things arrive exactly when and where they are supposed to, and asking them to account for themselves seems, on reflection, slightly beside the point. The leaf is still there. As of the last morning he drove anywhere, dry and small and faintly curled, resting in the same place on the dashboard where he set it down in the pale early morning outside the Naiku, when the cedar trees were still and the river was running clear and the whole world had felt for a little while perfectly quiet and perfectly complete. If you were to ask Daichi whether he believes in sacred places, whether he thinks that ISC holds something the ordinary world does not, he would probably pause for a long moment before answering, not from hesitation, but from the consideration of someone who has been thinking about a question for years and has arrived not at a clean answer, but at a comfortable and honest relationship with not having one. He might tell you that he is not certain what he believes about shrines, or about what certain mornings carry, or about the true width of the gap between what can be explained and what cannot, which is, he has come to feel, considerably wider than it is usually convenient to acknowledge. And then, after a moment, he would probably tell you about the leaf, quietly, the way you tell someone about something you have thought about for a long time, without resolving it, setting the telling down gently, not pushing it toward any particular conclusion, letting it rest where it lands. And that, perhaps, is where the story rests for tonight, with a leaf on a dashboard still green once, still there now, and the long, ordinary years that have grown up quietly around it, patient and unhurried, the way cedar trees grow around a very small clearing, asking nothing, simply continuing. And so we leave that quiet corner of the night behind, letting it grow quiet and still in the way that old places do when no one is watching. There is no need to hurry. If you would like, take a slow breath now. In through the nose and out, long and easy, the way the body knows how, when it finally feels safe enough to let go. The same night continues. The same soft darkness holds the world, and our next story unfolds within it, unhurried, waiting for you just as gently as sleep itself waits. There is nowhere else to be. Only here, only this voice, only the slow and steady turning of the hours into something that looks very much like rest. Somewhere in the silence of an early morning, Noboru made his way along the stone approach to Icy's inner shrine, his shoes soft on the pale gravel, the great cedar trees on either side standing in their familiar stillness, and the sound of the Isuzu River moving behind the tree lean with the unhurried patience of water that has been doing exactly this for a very long time. He had walked this same path now on 3 separate mornings, always in the cooler months, always with a small and private hope that this visit might feel different from the ones that had come before. And perhaps this was why he walked slowly, noticing things, the particular green of lichen on a cedar root, the way the mist gathered at the level of the lower branches, the cold clarity of the air moving into his lungs. Somewhere between the second torii gate and the inner precinct, without ceremony and without warning, it would begin. This was the 3rd visit, and Noboru knew what was coming, had known it from the moment he crossed the Uji Bridge that morning, moving slowly in the gray early light, pausing to watch the river below, the stones on the riverbed visible through the clear water, a single pale leaf turning on the current before it was carried gently away. He had told himself, standing on the bridge, that knowing it was coming might make it easier to manage. The way knowing a road has a steep section makes the climb less surprising. And he had meant this sincerely, as a practical piece of self-reasoning rather than a superstition, the kind of quiet logic one assembles in the early morning when the mind is still clear and optimistic about its own resilience. The first gate stood beyond the gravel, and Noboru passed through it with the other early visitors, a small group of older men and women in quiet coats, moving with the careful patience of people who have made this journey many times, who know that nothing needs to be rushed here, who carry their prayers with the ease of long practice. He fell into their quiet rhythm, following the wide stone path, the cedar canopy so high above that the sky itself seemed abstracted, dimmed and softened to something ancient and impersonal, and he noticed the particular smell of the place, earth and wood and the faint mineral clearness of the river, the smell that, on his first visit, had struck him as something he somehow recognized without ever having encountered it before. The air held a specific quality of stillness that was not the ordinary stillness of an empty street or a closed room, but something more deliberate, more sustained, the way a held breath differs from an absent one, and Noboru moved through it carefully, as one moves through something that deserves attention. The pressure began, as it always had, gradually. At first, only a faint tightening at the temples, the kind of sensation that might belong to tiredness or the change in air pressure that comes before weather turns, something so minor that a person with a busier mind might not have noticed it at all. Noboru noticed it because he had noticed it before, and because the noticing had a particular quality now, the quality of recognition of a door one has opened before opening again, and with the recognition came a stillness in his chest that was neither fear nor acceptance, but something between the two. He continued walking, keeping his pace measured, watching the gravel pass under his shoes, trying to let his attention rest on the surface of things. The sound of his own footsteps, the texture of the cedar bark as he passed close to one of the great trees, the small distant sound of a bird moving in the higher branches. But the pressure was deepening steadily, the way a cloud shadow deepens when it moves fully across the sun. A pulse arrived, rhythmic and insistent, arriving in beats that were close to the rhythm of his own heart, but not quite synchronized with it, which was the strange part, the part he had never been able to explain even to himself. As if the pain had its own tempo, independent of his body's mechanics, as if something else entirely were setting its pace. Zucken. That was the word for it, the Japanese word that named this particular kind of pain, and Noboru had always appreciated that the language had made it onomatopoeic because there was something true about that, something the clinical English word migraine did not quite reach. The sound was the sensation, was the word, all three arriving together like the parts of a chord. He slowed, letting the older visitors move ahead, and pressed 2 fingers gently against his left temple. Not because he expected this to accomplish anything, but because the gesture felt like acknowledgement, a quiet admission to himself that yes, it was happening again, and there was little point in reasoning around it. The stone steps to the main hall came into view through the trees, wide and pale and worn smooth by generations of feet that had climbed them in all weathers and all degrees of readiness. And Noboru stopped at their base and looked up at them for a long moment, breathing with careful deliberation, his hand resting on the wooden railing. He had not climbed these steps on a second visit, had turned back at this point, telling himself it was sensible, that he was not well, that the shrine would not think less of him. And there was a small, unfinished quality to that decision that had stayed with him for months afterward, the way an unanswered letter stays in the mind even when one stops looking at it. Today he would climb them. He had decided this on the train coming down, had decided it quietly and without drama. And so he began, one step at a time, his hand on the railing, the pain holding its steady rhythm inside his skull, and the cedar trees above very still. The pain did not worsen with the effort of climbing, which was one of the things that had always unnerved him slightly about this particular experience. Ordinary headaches respond to exertion, deepen with movement, ease with rest, but this one simply held its level, rhythmic and patient, as if the climb were irrelevant to it, as if it were not responding to his movement at all, but to something else, something in the place itself, rather than in him. He reached the top of the steps and stood for a moment with his hands at his sides, looking at the fence that separated the visitor's path from the space around the main hall, and he thought, with the dry, private humor of a man who is doing his best under unusual circumstances, that he had made it further this time, and this was a kind of progress, even if the head-splitting quality of the progress was not what he had originally envisioned. The woman who had passed him on the steps was standing now a few meters ahead, pressed palms together, head bowed, her coat very neat in the cool air, entirely peaceful. And Noboru took his place beside her and pressed his own palms together and bowed twice, and clapped twice and bowed again, the ritual moving through his body with the automaticity of something learned in childhood and never forgotten. In those few moments of prayer, the pain was so present and so full that he found he could not locate inside himself a particular wish or intention, could not assemble the words that usually come in such places, the hopes and thanks and small human asks that one carries to a shrine. And so he simply stood with his hands together and let the gesture be what it was, empty and sufficient, a form without content, which perhaps was its own kind of honesty. The main hall was before him, its wood pale and enormously old in the way that only things maintained with continuous care across centuries can be, the roof rising in its distinctive curve in the mist above, and the air around it felt dense to no Boru in a way he could not quite name. Not oppressive, not wrong, but weighted full, the way a full room feels different from an empty one even in darkness, even with one's eyes closed. Something in the atmosphere registering as presence. He stayed as long as he could manage, 2 minutes, perhaps 3, and then bowed once more and turned and descended the steps carefully, one hand on the railing, the pain still holding its exact steady pitch, unchanged by prayer or by effort or by the particular quality of his attention. And then, somewhere on the gravel path between the main gate and the bridge, somewhere he could never identify precisely, though he had tried on previous visits to notice it, to find the exact step or breath where the transition happened. The pain simply stopped, not gradually, not in the way that ordinary headaches loosen and fade across an afternoon in slow increments one barely notices, but cleanly, the way a sound that has been present so long it has become the air simply ceases, and the silence afterward has a texture, a particular quality of relief that is not quite relief because one had not known until the absence how much the presence had cost. Noboru stood still on the path and breathed, just breathed for a while, listening to the river returning to him. The sound of it sharp and clean now, the bird song in the cedar branches vivid, the cool air moving against his face with a freshness that seemed, in comparison to the previous hour, almost extraordinary. And he thought, not for the first time, that this particular clearing, this vanishing of pain at the precise moment of exit, was the strangest part of the whole experience. Stranger even than the pain itself. He found a bench near the bridge and sat, and a woman at a nearby tea stand, who had perhaps seen other visitors emerge from the inner shrine in various states of quiet disarray, pressed a small paper cup of warm barley tea into his hands without asking, and he said thank you with a sincerity that surprised both of them. An older man settled onto the bench beside him after a time, and they fell into the kind of conversation that sometimes happens at the edges of sacred places, conducted in the careful shorthand of people who have each felt something they're not entirely sure how to categorize, and who recognize that uncertainty in each other. Noboru mentioned, simply and without drama, the headaches, the way they came without fail whenever he entered the inner precinct, building steadily from the second torii gate to the main hall, and then ending just as reliably, just as completely on the path outside. And the older man listened without interrupting, which Noboru appreciated, and then turned this over in his mind for what felt like a genuine and respectful pause. The man said, gently and without any trace of alarm, that what Noboru described was not unusual, that ISC held the most concentrated sacred energy of any site in the country, which was not merely sentiment, but a widely held and deeply felt understanding, and that a body more sensitive than average might simply find that level of presence difficult to bear. The way a very bright light causes the eyes to water, not from damage, but from overwhelm, not from any failure of the eyes, but from their honest response to something genuinely large. This explanation felt kind, and Noboru sat with it the way one sits with warmth, letting it do what it could, and found that in the soft air by the river it was easy to believe that he was simply sensitive, simply a man whose body registered what other bodies did not, and that this was a quality rather than a failing, a particular kind of attention rather than any kind of deficiency. But there had been another conversation on the second visit that had not settled as comfortably, one he returned to now as the older man excused himself gently and walked away along the bridge. A younger man, somewhere in his 30s, who had noticed Noboru resting against the gate pillar with his eyes closed and had asked, with directness softened by genuine concern, whether he was experiencing what the younger man called the pressure. And when Noboru had said yes, the younger man had spoken carefully about what older traditions held, that a sacred space does not distribute its feeling neutrally to all who enter it, that what a person carries into such a place meets what the place contains, and that sometimes a kind of friction arises between the ordinary accumulated weight of a human life and something that is very old, very still, and very certain of what it is. Some people, the younger man had said quietly, understood this friction as a kind of incompatibility, the sacred space recognizing something unresolved in the visitor, not judgment exactly, but a response, the way a tuning fork vibrates in the presence of its frequency and not another's, the body registering dissonance between what it carries and what the place holds. Others understood it as something simpler, not about moral weight or unresolved things, but about constitution, about the way certain people are simply built with thinner walls between themselves and whatever accumulates in places that have been tended with intention for a very long time, and that those people feel more, register more, are more easily filled up by what is present, the way a shallow vessel fills faster in the rain than a deep one. The younger man had not said this to be unkind, and his voice had held no judgment, but the words had settled in Noboru in a way he had not quite been able to shake, had arrived in him and then remained there quietly, the way a guest stays in a room after the conversation has moved on, not intrusive but present, noticeable at the edges of other thoughts. Was it impurity? And Noboru turned the word over slowly now, the way one turns an unfamiliar object, feeling its weight. The word felt too absolute to him, too designed for a different era's sense of sin, too certain of what a person should and should not carry, and yet he could not quite dismiss it either, because he was an ordinary man who had lived an ordinary life with its ordinary accumulations of regret and unfinished things. And perhaps those accumulations had a weight he had not quite accounted for. Or was it something subtler, less about unworthiness and more about sensitivity, about being the kind of person who has always noticed things that others did not, who had sat as a child in the garden in the evening feeling the particular sadness of the light changing, who had stood in doorways of old houses feeling something he could not name pressing gently outward through the walls, and that this quality, whatever it was, had found at ISC something enormous enough to match it, and had responded the only way a body knows how to respond to enormity. He thought about Yui, his friend, who had come with him on the first visit and had felt only the lightness that some people find in such places, a cleanness of mind, a loosening of the small knotted anxieties of a week, the way a long walk in clean mountain air dissolves things one had believed were solid, and who had come back to the car afterward with her face genuinely open, as though something had been carefully put down. He had told Yui about the headache on the train home, watching the countryside pass in the dimming light, and she had listened with her whole attention, and had said after a while, thoughtfully, not just kindly, that she thought what had happened inside the shrine was perhaps simply his particular way of knowing something was there, that the pain was not a gate closing, but a kind of signal. The way a compass needle moves not to warn you, but simply to tell you, here, in this direction, something pulls. He had been grateful for this, for the generosity of the interpretation, and for the fact that she had not tried to fold the experience into something ordinary or dismiss it with a simpler explanation, because a simpler explanation would have been easier, but would have felt, somehow, like losing something that was worth keeping. The tea in his hands was cooling now, and the morning was settling into itself. The mist in the cedar branches lifting very slowly as the light strengthened, and Noboru sat with the quiet of it. The river going on in its unhurried way beneath the bridge, a few visitors crossing now, moving toward the shrine with the calm purpose of the early morning. He was thinking, without quite deciding to, that he would come a fourth time, perhaps in the autumn, when the light through those cedar trees would be a different quality altogether, angled and amber where it was now diffuse and pale, and the fallen leaves on the gravel would make a different sound underfoot, and the air would carry the particular cool sharpness of October. He wanted to know, not urgently, not with any need for resolution, but with the steady, quiet curiosity of a person who has returned to a place enough times to understand that the returning itself is the point, whether the same thing would happen again, whether the pain would arrive as faithfully as it always had between the second gate and the stone steps, and hold its rhythm through the prayer, and end as cleanly and completely on the other side. He supposed it probably would, and he found, sitting on his bench by the Isuzu River with the paper cup folding softly in his hands, that this no longer troubled him in the way he had once expected it might, that there was something in the faithfulness of the experience, its absolute regularity, that had come over 3 visits to feel less like an affliction and more like a conversation he was slowly beginning to have the patience for. A language he did not speak, being spoken to him through the only register available to an ordinary body encountering something that is not. And he was the listener, imperfect and limited and genuinely uncertain, showing up anyway, which perhaps was its own kind of answer to a question he had not known how to ask. He folded the paper cup when the tea was gone, and held it in his hands for a moment, and then he stood and began to walk back toward the bridge and the road beyond, moving slowly and without hurry, listening to the river for as long as it was audible behind him, and then to the cedar branches overhead, and then to the soft, ordinary sounds of the world resuming around him as the sacred precinct receded, not disappearing. Exactly, but settling back into the distance where enormous things go, when one is no longer standing directly before them. And that, perhaps, is where this part of Noboru's story rests for tonight. Not with an answer about what the pain meant or what it said about him, not with a verdict on what he was or was not, but with a man on a gravel path by a river in the soft aftermath of something he could not quite name, still wondering, still returning, and in some way he had not entirely expected, still at peace. And so we leave that gentle place behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the way a house does when everyone has finally come to rest. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it now. Let your breath slow. Let your shoulders fall just a little further into wherever you are lying. The night is long and generous and patient. Our next story waits in the same soft dark, the same night unfolding, the same unhurried hours stretching gently ahead. You do not need to hold on to anything. Simply let the words find you, like light through a paper screen, like the faint sound of rain on the other side of the wall. In the years when Osamu was young and needed steady work, he took a job on the night shift at the inner shrine at Ayasinaiku, as it is called, walking the grounds alone in the small hours, tending to the paths and the offerings and the things that needed tending. He had not sought it out for any spiritual reason. He would say later, with the mild self-deprecation of someone who has come to understand that the reason he gave himself and the reason that was actually true were not quite the same thing. He had simply needed work, and the shrine had offered it. And so there he was. His shift meant arriving long after the last visitors had moved through the Great Torii Gate and crossed the Uji Bridge and found their way back to the world of buses and station lights and dinner waiting at home. By the time Osamu came on, all of that was over, and what remained was the shrine itself and the dark and the lanterns and the silence that very old places seem to keep within themselves like still water in a stone basin. The work was quiet, mostly checking that the paths were swept as they should be, that the offerings were arranged with the proper care, that the grounds were held in the manner they had always been held, in a continuity so old that the word tradition felt small for it. He walked the same route every night, and after a few weeks he knew it the way you come to know any repeated path. The exact give of the gravel underfoot, the place where a root had gently lifted one of the border stones, the sound the lanterns made in perfectly still air, a faint crackle he found he came to listen for, the way you listen for the small sounds of a house settling. There was also the river, the Isuzu, which ran along the eastern edge of the grounds, and could be heard on quiet nights from most of the approach. A low, steady, unhurried sound that the silence absorbed rather than competed with. The cedar stood close on both sides of the main approach, very tall and very still, and on windless nights the world they enclosed felt like its own complete thing, sealed from the ordinary world the way a held breath is sealed from the air outside. Osamu, who had not expected to find the work affecting, found it affecting, except for one stretch of the path. the stretch that led from the main approach up toward the stone steps. The wide, shallow steps of ancient pale stone that rose toward the inner enclosure, the wooden fence they called the itagaki, which stood at the boundary of the most sacred buildings at the heart of the shrine. In the daytime, this was simply a particularly beautiful part of the grounds, and Osamu knew it as a place where the cedar trees grew especially tall and the quality of light between them was clarified somehow, as though it had been sifted before arriving. At midnight, the same steps were different. Not frightening. He was careful about that word when he came to tell this story. Careful to say that the two things were not the same, that frightening implied a threat, and what he encountered on those steps was not quite that. Something else. The cold was the first and most reliable sign that he was entering that stretch of path. Not the cold of the night air. November at ISC could be genuinely cold, and he dressed for it carefully in layered work clothes, his breath fogging faintly in the lamplight as he walked. But a different cold, one that arrived not on his skin, but somewhere inside his spine, a thin, precise line of chill descending slowly from the base of his neck. It arrived at a specific point, always the same point in the last 30 meters or so before the stone steps themselves. Not at the outer approach, not at the edge of the cedar grove, but in that particular patch of ground, as though that ground maintained its own temperature quite independent of the season or the weather. The first time it happened, he stopped walking and stood very still for a moment, checking himself the way you check yourself when the body asks you to pause and take stock, a quiet internal inventory, listening. But he was not unwell, and nothing around him had visibly changed. And so he continued walking, and the cold continued with him, all the way to the stone steps and up them and to the gate in the inner fence. It happened again the next night and the night after that. He had an explanation ready. The explanation of the practical young man who needed the job and did not especially want to discover that his workplace was unusual. Cedar trees that tall and that densely planted could channel air in unpredictable ways, he told himself, and cold air, being heavier than warm, would settle and pool in specific hollows in the landscape. And the river was always nearby, always producing its particular damp cold. And there were low points in the grounds that a person with careful attention could identify and account for. He assembled this explanation and walked inside it for several weeks, feeling the chill arrive and telling himself he understood what it was. After several weeks, he stopped telling himself because the explanation fit the facts but not the feeling, and there's a difference that the body recognizes even when the mind would prefer not to. Whether cold comes from a direction, it touches the face first, the hands, the exposed surfaces, and works its way inward given enough time. This cold had no direction. It had no source he could point to, no side of the path it favored over another. It was simply present, the way a held silence is present in a room that has been very still for a very long time. There was something else in the air of that stretch of path, a quality he found difficult to name, which was unusual for him, because he thought of himself as someone who was reasonably good with words. A heaviness was the closest he got, not the heaviness of fog or of dense air, but a kind of weighted patience something like the feeling of a space where many people have been quietly gathering for a long time, waiting for something that has not yet arrived. The patience had a direction to it. He eventually realized, meaning that it was not simply still, it was pointed, aimed, oriented towards something specific. The something specific was up the stone steps, inside the wooden fence. Whatever gathered in the air of that approach was gathered toward the inner enclosure, tilted in that direction the way water tilts toward a drain, with a steady, patient, unhurried pull. The understanding came to him through a colleague, one of the older workers at the shrine, a man who had spent much of his life in and around sacred places and wore that experience quietly rather than loudly, which Osamu had come to respect. One afternoon over tea in the small staff room near the outer gate, this man mentioned, in the way he mentioned most things without particular drama or suggestion of significance, that someone with a certain sensitivity, someone who had worked at the shrine some years before, had spoken about what gathered at the foot of those stone steps in the night hours. Pitiful spirits was how the description had been rendered, and the older man used the phrase simply the way one uses a technical term that is not quite adequate, but is the best available. Not malevolent ones, he clarified. Not spirits carrying any kind of grudge or desire to disturb the living. Nothing like that. Simply spirits drawn somehow to the approaches of this particular place, gathered at the foot of the steps in the darkness, as near as they could come to the inner sanctum, waiting in the way that things wait when what they are waiting for is very large. Osamu carried this through several nights of walking the route before he felt he had properly absorbed it. Because what it did, and this was the thing that surprised him, was not make the cold worse, but make it comprehensible in a way it had not been before, which is a strange kind of comfort, but comfort nonetheless. He had felt longing before in the ordinary human way. The longing for something not yet arrived, for a door that is not yet opened, for a distance that is not yet closed. And the chill at the foot of those stone steps held that same quality he recognized now, diffused through the air the way cold smoke hangs in still air, the accumulated wanting of many who had arrived here and found themselves at a boundary they could not cross. Not threatening, not even particularly sad, in the way he had expected sadness to feel. Something more like the feeling of a quiet platform just before a train arrives, a quality of stillness and collective orientation. Everyone turned the same direction, patient, hoping. He climbed the stone steps differently after that understanding came. The steps were wide and shallow and very old. The surface worn smooth by centuries of feet, priests and pilgrims and ordinary people who had come to this place for uncountable reasons over uncountable years. And at midnight they were lit only by the low lanterns at their base. The rest of the ascent going up into a darkness that softened slightly toward the top, where the glow from within the enclosure filtered out through the wooden fence. His footsteps on the stone seemed louder than they had any reason to be, each one settling into the silence with a careful weight. And he did not try to walk quietly. It had seemed to him early on, almost by instinct, that it was better to be heard, to announce yourself plainly rather than to attempt any kind of stealth in a place that already knew you were there. He climbed slowly, without hurry, the cold thickening slightly with each step upward. And he noticed and thought about long afterward, in the way one returns to small, precise observations, that the thickening was not random but oriented, as though the gathered attention below was following his ascent with a collective focus that expressed itself as temperature. Not following him up the steps, following his ascent with their eyes, he thought, which is a different and quieter thing entirely. And then the gate. The wooden gate in the Itagaki fence stood at the top of the steps, old and dark with age, the latch worn smooth from very many hands, his own among them now, repeating what so many others had done before him, the small familiar gesture of letting himself into the inner enclosure. He would put his hand on the latch, feel the metal cool and slightly rough against his palm, press and lift. The catch would release with a small sound. He would step through, and the cold would vanish. Not gradually, not with the slow unwinding of a body adjusting to a warmer room, the tension releasing in increments over several minutes. The cold vanished in the single step it took to carry him over the threshold, precisely and completely, as though the fence marked not just a physical line in space, but some other kind of boundary, one that what gathered at the foot of the steps observed with the same precision. He stood inside the gate, sometimes for longer than the task required, simply to exist in the moment of its absence, the way you stand in a doorway when you have just come out of the cold, not to warm up, not to rest, just to feel the quality of change. The air inside was not physically warmer, which it should not have been, standing open to the same night sky with no roof overhead, no walls to hold heat. But it was clear in the way that spring water is clear when you cup it in your hands, clear not as a color, but as an absence of weight, the heaviness of the approach path simply not present here. The patience and the gathered longing stopped precisely at the fence. As though it knew, he thought about this on those nights when he walked the interior of the enclosure with the sacred buildings settled and dark around him and the lanterns doing their quiet, reliable work. He thought about why the fence would be the line, not higher on the steps, not at the river, not at the outer torii gate, but precisely here at the wooden plank surrounding the innermost place. He came to feel that the fence was not a barrier in the usual sense, not a wall built to exclude, but a marker, a signal, a way of saying here is where the ordinary ends and something else begins. And in that function, it served both the living and whatever else moved through those grounds at night. Because what he observed, over 2 years of walking those steps at midnight, was that whatever gathered at the foot of them did not try to cross. They stayed close. They came as near as the boundary allowed, and no nearer, and this struck him gradually over many nights as not a constraint but a kind of reverence. He was not a formally religious man. He would be the first to say so, and he had not come to the shrine with any particular belief about what it housed. But walking inside that enclosure night after night, having just passed through the cold wait and the patience of the approach, and feeling all of that fall away behind him as though it had never been, he found himself arriving at thoughts he would not have predicted, about what it means to want something you are not yet ready to enter, about the particular mercy of being permitted to stay close, not admitted, not turn away, but held at the boundary near the thing you seek, near enough that the wanting has somewhere to go. He thought about the word the older man had used, pitiful, and he sat with it and turned it over and found it not quite wrong, but not quite right, because pity implies a distance, a looking down from somewhere above. And he did not feel that distance, walking through what gathered on those steps. He felt recognition, which is smaller and quieter and closer. He had been outside doors himself, in ordinary life. Everyone had, in one form or another, doors that had not yet opened, distances that had not yet closed, things he had wanted and stood near without being able to enter. The cold at the foot of the stone steps at ISC was the cold of that feeling, multiplied, ancient, patient in the way that only very old things can be patient, not waiting for the problem to resolve itself, but simply staying in the fact of the wanting, which is its own quiet kind of faithfulness. On his descents, walking back out through the gate and back down into that weight, he came to walk without the deliberateness of his early weeks, which had been the deliberateness of someone bracing against something. He walked instead with the quietness you use around people absorbed in something important, not wanting to intrude, not wanting to scatter, just passing through the space they were using and acknowledging it without making claims on it. He was passing through. They were staying. He worked at the shrine for 2 years in all, and when he told this story later to a friend in a late-night conversation, to anyone who seemed genuinely curious about what it had been like to work in that place, he did not offer conclusions. He simply noted the facts as he had experienced them. The weight of the approach, the clarity within the precise line of the fence. He noted that whatever gathered at the foot of those stone steps did, so not with malice, but with a kind of orientation, a turning toward that felt more like prayer than like haunting. And he noted, and this was the part he seemed to return to most readily, the part that clearly still held something for him, that even here, even in the cold dark below the stone steps, there was an arrangement that seemed, in its way, merciful, that the gathering was permitted, that the boundary was a nearness, not a rejection, that the fence was not a door slammed closed, but a door not yet open, which is a different thing entirely, and one that leaves room for something the other does not. Perhaps what the cold was, in the end, was simply the accumulated weight of many intentions all pointed in the same direction, all that turning toward the inner sanctum, all that gathered hoping, which registers in the body as its opposite, as chill rather than warmth, the way a deep longing sometimes presents itself. And perhaps that is what very old sacred places accumulate, over centuries of being sought. Not only the prayers of the living, who come in daylight and leave by the station road, but the drawn attention of those who wait in the small hours at the edge of the fence, as close as the arrangement of things allows, patient in their standing near. And perhaps the fence and the gate and the clearing cold on the other side of the threshold, perhaps all of that is itself an answer to the question they are asking. Answer being not yet, not this way, but not never, which is the most a boundary can honestly offer, and which is, when you consider it quietly, enough. There, perhaps, in the lamplight of a very old shrine, and the cold air below the stone steps, and the steady faithfulness of whatever gathers near the things it cannot quite yet enter. There is where we rest for tonight. And so we leave those soft images behind, its quiet shadows folding gently closed, like the last page of a letter read by lamplight. The same night continues, the same darkness spreading softly overhead, unhurried, unbroken. There's no need to hold on to anything just now. If you feel the heaviness of sleep beginning to gather at the edges of your thoughts, let it come. Breathe slowly once and settle a little deeper into wherever you're resting. Our story has not ended. It simply pauses here the way a river pauses in a wide, still bend before moving on. The same night is unfolding. The same voices waiting just ahead, patient and low. When you are ready, or even if you are not, the story will find you. In a small apartment in Hokuriku, where the mountains were always the first thing visible each morning through the kitchen window, a man named Kenji and his wife Megumi had chosen, after 5 months of waiting, to make the long drive south to the great shrine at ISC. They would go to ask for work, not through anyone who might arrange it, not through another carefully worded letter left in a pile, but the old shrine itself, where the asking was meant to be plain and honest and made in person. Kenji had been without work since the summer, not because of anything dramatic, not because of any single failure that could be named and accounted for, but in the way employment sometimes ends in quiet times, a contract not renewed, a desk cleared on a Tuesday while the rest of the office went on. 5 months of applications and phone calls and waiting rooms had worn something thin in him, had brought him to a place where the usual certainties of effort and persistence no longer felt sufficient, where what was underneath those certainties had become visible in the particular way he sat at the kitchen table in the evenings, the tea cooling, the newspaper open but unread. Megumi was not the kind of person who filled silence with words when silence was doing a better job. And so she had watched and made tea and folded the laundry and carried the quiet, steady hope for both of them, in the way that she had always carried heavy things, without making a performance of it. It was she who had mentioned ISC one evening at the low table while folding a shirt, not looking at him when she said it, in the way she offered important things sideways, without pressure. Her grandmother had gone once, long ago, when the family had been in need of something, and something had shifted afterward, though the grandmother had never claimed to know exactly how. Kenji had sat with this for 2 days before saying yes, and when he did, he said it simply, that they should go, that the distance was right, that a full day given over to the asking seemed like the appropriate cost for what they were asking. So on a Thursday in November, they left the apartment before the sun was up, the city still dark outside, and the air carrying the first edge of winter, the thermos of tea packed, the rice balls Megumi had made the night before sitting in a cloth bag on the back seat. The road south from Hokuriku runs through mountains, and in November those mountains are deep in their autumn colors. The slopes running from yellow through brown into the dark green of the cedar groves, and in the early morning all of it was only shapes, the lights still too low to show the colors. Kenji drove, and Megumi sat beside him, and the first hour passed mostly in silence, which was its own kind of company, the shared quiet of two people moving through the dark together without needing to fill it with anything. She asked him, somewhere in the mountains, what he planned to say at the shrine, and he was quiet for a while before answering that he supposed it would be simple, that he was tired, that he wanted to work again, that he missed the ordinary steadiness of having somewhere to be and something useful to do. Megumi listened to this and replied softly that she thought it was exactly right, that what they were going to offer was just the truth of where they stood, and that the truth, honestly given, was the only thing worth offering. They stopped once in the mountains in a small town where the road ran alongside a river, the water clear and fast over the stones, and they ate the rice balls standing beside the car in the cold morning, looking at the water, the mountains close on either side, not saying very much at all. It took nearly 6 hours to reach ISC. The road eventually descending from the mountains into the lower, flatter country near the coast, and when they finally parked in the early afternoon and stepped out of the car, both of them stood still for a moment before moving. The air near the shrine had a quality that was hard to describe afterward. Cedar and river water, and something else without a name. Something old and without comparison to the ordinary world. And Kenji, who had not expected to feel anything particular before the actual prayer, felt it immediately, a kind of settling in the chest. Megumi came around the car to stand beside him, and she had a look on her face that he recognized from their early years together. Something quiet and clear and steady, and he was grateful for it, for the way she had remained that way all through those months. The approach to the inner shrine is a long walk, the stone path crossing a wooden bridge over the Isuzu River, the water running clear and unhurried below, the cedars rising on either side. Enormous, very still, the kind of trees that have been standing long enough to have their own silence. Other people moved along the path too, a family with small children some distance ahead, an elderly couple who walked close together and without hurry, a young woman alone with her eyes lowered, and all of them seemed to share, without knowing each other, a quality of having set the ordinary business of themselves aside for a little while. Kenji noticed, somewhere on that walk, that the low persistent tension he had carried in his shoulders for months, the particular tightness that comes from worry held too long in the body, had eased slightly, not gone, but present differently, the way certain kinds of pain change when you finally speak them aloud. They paused at the water's edge to wash their hands. As is the custom there, the cold of the river on their fingers, the wooden ladle passing between them. And this too had a quality of marking, a crossing, a distinction between the ordinary world behind them and whatever lay ahead. The inner hall of the shrine stands at the end of a long, straight path, behind a white curtain that moves in whatever wind is present. And when they reached it in the late afternoon light, the cedars so tall around it that the sky overhead was reduced to a narrow channel of pale blue, Kenji stopped and simply stood. He had thought the smallness might feel like defeat, another version of the helplessness that had accompanied the months of silence and rejection. But standing there, it felt like something quite different, more like the first honest breath he had drawn in a long time, a relief that surprised him. They bowed twice, the deep formal bow of the shrine, and clapped twice. And then there was the silence of the prayer itself. And Kenji let what was in him come forward without trying to arrange it first or make it presentable. What came was simple. He was tired, he wanted to work, he had tried his own approaches, and they had not been enough. and he was asking for help with this plainly and without conditions, in the way a person asks when there is nothing left to bargain with. Beside him, Megumi was equally still, and he was aware of her presence with a particular vividness. The shape of her standing, the steadiness she had maintained through all the months of difficulty without once making the difficulty harder, the quiet constancy of the folded laundry and the morning tea. He found himself thinking, standing in the cedar quiet, that he was grateful for her in a way the busy middle years of marriage sometimes make it easy to forget, that she had stood through all of it and asked nothing in return and was standing there now. They stayed a while after the prayer, not moving immediately to leave, the way one lingers at a place that has cost something to reach, and the afternoon deepened around them, the light going warm in the tops of the cedars, the sound of the river faint and continuous somewhere behind them. Then they walked back along the long approach, slower than they had come, and spoke of small things, whether to find something to eat before the drive, the colors in the mountains, whether the old car would manage the night road all right. And the ordinariness of these small concerns was its own kind of comfort after the weight of what they had just done. The drive home took until after midnight, the mountains dark on either side, the roads empty, and Kenji drove while Megumi slept in the passenger seat with her head against the window, the city of Hokuriku eventually coming back to them in the small hours, familiar and quiet. He was tired, but it was a different tiredness than the exhaustion of the preceding months. Not the tiredness of effort going nowhere, of pushing against something that would not move, but the straightforward tiredness of a body that had made a long journey for a real reason and was now ready to rest. He thought, somewhere on the dark mountain road, that he did not know what would happen next, and that this not knowing was, for the moment, all right. He had done what he could do, had gone as far as he knew how to go, and what came after was not entirely his to manage. 2 months passed in the way of winter months in Hokuriku, slowly at first, and then all at once, the snow coming in December, Kenji continuing with his letters and calls, Megumi continuing with the household and the tea and the quiet steady work of keeping the days moving, both of them passing through the dark season together without much said between them about hope. And then on an ordinary Thursday afternoon in December, when the light outside was flat and the apartment was warm and smelled of rice, the phone rang, and the voice on the other end told Kenji that there was a position, that his application had been reviewed with interest, and asked whether he might come in to speak with them. He stood very still while the voice talked at the kitchen table, the same table where the coffee had gone cold through so many autumn mornings. And when the call ended, he set the phone down carefully and sat for a moment without saying anything. Megumi was in the kitchen doorway, the same doorway where she had watched him through all those quiet mornings, and she read his face before he had found words for it. And the expression that crossed hers was one he had not seen in months, something that had been held carefully in reserve and was now allowed forward. She came and sat across from him at the table, and they looked at each other in the winter afternoon light, and neither of them said very much, because there are moments when what has happened is large enough that the right response is simply to sit quietly with it for a while and let it become real. The position was with a firm he respected, doing work he understood, and in the weeks that followed, as everything came together and the ordinary structure of working life began to reconstitute itself around the apartment, Kenji found himself returning often to the memory of that afternoon in the cedar light at IC. Not because he could explain the connection with any certainty. He remained a practical man, still someone who trusted in effort and carefully completed forms. But because the memory retained its shape in a way he found he did not want to reason away, that resisted being reduced to coincidence. There is a kind of experience that keeps its essential weight even after you have examined it from every sensible angle, that remains itself regardless of how carefully you try to account for it. And the afternoon of the shrine was one of those for Kenji, quiet and real in whatever way such things are real. The following spring, when the new work had settled and the weeks had found their proper shape, he and Megumi made the drive to ISC a second time. Not in desperation now, but in thanks, which is a different kind of journey and calls for a different quality of attention. The cedar path felt the same, and the river sounded the same, and the late afternoon light through the ancient trees had not changed, and they walked it with the particular ease of people returning somewhere they already know, carrying something lighter than they had brought before. At the inner hall, Kenji bowed twice and clapped twice, and his prayer this time was the simplest thing he knew how to offer. Only thank you, as plainly as possible, because plain gratitude honestly given seemed more fitting than anything more carefully constructed. They have gone back every year since, without exception, even in years when the journey is inconvenient, even in seasons that bring their own difficulties, because somewhere along the way both Kenji and Megumi came to feel that the returning matters as much as the first going ever did. There is something very old in that pattern, in the going when things are hard and the coming back when they are better, something that has been part of how people in this country have moved through difficulty for longer than any single family's memory can hold. The shrine does not change, of course. The cedar trees stand as they always have. The river runs as it always has, and the wooden halls are rebuilt every 20 years in the ancient tradition. Always the same form renewed. Always the same and always new, which may be the most honest description of anything that endures. What changes, perhaps, is the people who return. They carry their gratitude differently in different years, shaped by whatever the intervening time has added to them. And the act of return becomes its own kind of prayer, a way of saying that they have not forgotten and that they are still here. And perhaps what Kenji and Megumi carry back from the shrine each year is not certainty, not proof of any particular arrangement between the human world and the one behind it, but something simpler, the memory of having arrived at a very honest place in themselves on a day when they had nothing left but the truth, and having found that the truth was enough. The kitchen table in Hakariku is still there, and the winter mornings are still cold, and the road south through the mountains is still most beautiful in late November, when the cedar groves hold their deep green against all the golden brown around them. And that, perhaps, is where this part of the story rests for tonight, in the cedar quiet and the sound of the Isuzu River, and the thought of two people who found their way through a difficult season and remembered every year after to come back. And so we leave that hushed place behind, its quiet shadows dissolving like breath on cold glass, fading gently back into the dark from which it came. There is no hurry now. If you need a moment, take it. Let your body settle a little deeper. Let your shoulders soften. Let the slow tide of your breathing carry you where it will. The same night is still unfolding. The same stillness holding everything in its unhurried palm. And our story simply continues. One quiet room leading into another. One thought dissolving into the next. You're safe here. The hours are long and soft. And there is nothing you need to do or remember or hold. Just listen if you like, or drift if that is what calls you. Either way, the night continues, and so do we. Somewhere on the southern edge of Kyoto, on a warm autumn evening when the last of the daylight had slipped away before anyone had quite meant for it to, Rin stood at the entrance to Fushimi Inari and looked up at the first of what would be many thousands of red gates. She had come with her father, a man named Takashi, who was the sort of quiet and unhurried presence that makes long journeys feel shorter. And he stood slightly behind her now, with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, looking at the same gates with the same expression he wore when he had not yet decided what he thought about something. It had not been the plan, arriving at night. The plan had involved arriving in the mid-afternoon with plenty of light, spending an hour or so on the mountain paths, and then finding somewhere nearby for an early dinner. But the day had arranged itself differently, as days in Kyoto have a habit of doing. There had been a long and satisfying lunch that turned into a longer afternoon, and a detour through a small museum none of them had intended to visit. And before anyone quite noticed, the sun had gone. Rin had suggested that perhaps they should come back the following morning, and Takashi had said that they were already here, and that was really the end of the discussion, because Takashi had a gentle way of ending discussions that never felt like a verdict. The lower grounds of the shrine were still lit and not entirely empty. A few other visitors moved through the courtyard near the main hall, and the stone lanterns along the pathways cast a low, warm light across the gravel. And Rin found, as they walked in, that the atmosphere was more manageable than she had expected, almost welcoming in the way that beloved places often are even after the day has finished. It was not until they passed through the first of the great gates and began climbing the path that led up into the forest that things became something else. The gates at Fushimi Inari are so numerous that they form a continuous covered corridor, each one set close behind the next, so that the effect is less of walking beneath a series of separate structures and more of moving through a single long chamber that extends up the mountain and around its curves and into the dark for what seems, in the evening, like a great distance. Each gate was built at someone's expense and bears on its inner face the name of the donor and the date of the gift, so that the tunnel is also, in a way, a record of how many people over how many generations have stood at this mountain and wanted to give something of themselves to it. She thought about this as she walked, as the air around them cooled and the lanterns grew fewer and the sound from the lower grounds faded away into the particular silence of high trees on a still evening. The stone foxes were everywhere along the path, small ones and larger ones, some with red cloth bibs tied at their throats in the way of shrine offerings, some plain stone worn smooth by many years of weather, all of them holding that absolute stillness that stone animals have, a stillness that is somehow different from the stillness of a stone wall or a stone step, a stillness that feels as though it is about something, though what that something is remains difficult to say. Rin had always liked foxes in the ordinary way. She found them clever-looking and appealing, but these were not quite the same as ordinary foxes, and the dark did not help, and she was aware of each one as she passed in the way you become aware of things that seem to be paying attention. She mentioned this to Takashi, keeping her voice light, and he admitted that he had been trying not to look at them too carefully, which made her feel better and also, somehow, slightly worse. They walked on, slowly, without hurry, following the path upward into the mountain, and Rin found that the rhythm of passing through the gates had a quality she had not anticipated. The repetition of the same deep red pillars, the same curved crosspiece overhead, the same stone path underfoot, that was, in its strangeness, almost like a kind of calm, the way very long sentences can be calming when you trust that they will end eventually. After some time, she could not have said how long they had been climbing. She reached into her bag for her phone. It had occurred to her that this was worth recording, that the particular quality of the path at this hour, the gates lit from below by the small lanterns so that the wood glowed like something kept warm from the inside, would make a photograph that she would be glad to have later, and she had found what seemed like the right place. A stretch where the gates bent slightly with the curve of the path, so that the perspective compressed and the tunnel seemed to extend into the dark forever. The phone was warm from being in her bag, and she opened the camera and found her framing, the two lines of gate pillars tapering away from her, a small stone fox just visible at the left edge, the lantern glow falling just as it should, and she pressed a shutter. The screen went dark, not the brief dark of a photograph being taken, not the gradual dimming of a phone conserving its battery, a complete and total dark, as if the device had simply decided, all at once, that the evening was over. She stood still for a moment with the blank screen in her palm, looking at it. Her first thought was measured and practical, the way thoughts usually are before the strangeness of a thing has fully settled. The battery had died, or there had been some small error in the software, or perhaps she had pressed the wrong button without noticing. She held the power button down, waited, and the phone came back to life in the ordinary way, the familiar logo appearing, the screen returning to its usual brightness, the camera application sitting where it always sat. She stood in the same place, the same gates above her, and the same fox at the edge of her vision, and she lifted the phone again, found the same framing, and pressed the shutter. Dark again, in exactly the same way and at exactly the same moment. The instant the shutter was pressed, the screen simply ceased to be, as if whatever had agreed to illuminate it had quietly changed its mind. She lowered her hand slowly and stood with the phone at her side, looking ahead at the path. There was something about the second failure that was different from the first, not in kind but in weight. The way the second time a thing happens, it carries all the improbability of the first time plus its own, and the combined improbability sits differently, more heavily, somewhere in chest. She did not try a third time. Instead, she turned to Takashi, who had been watching her quietly, and she explained in a low and steady voice what had happened. The first press, the dark, the reboot. The second press, the dark again. And Takashi listened without interrupting, his head tilted slightly to one side in the way he held it when he was thinking through a problem. He suggested, mildly, that she might try with his phone. There is something almost considered about the way he held it out. He had already opened the camera before passing it to her, already pointed the lens toward the gates, and there was in this small gesture some wordless acknowledgement that this was a thing they were doing together now, sharing out between them like something that needed two pairs of hands. She took it and looked at the screen, which showed the path ahead exactly as it appeared to the naked eye. The gates, the darkness, the fox, the lantern, all present and perfectly ordinary. She raised the phone, found the framing, and pressed the shutter. His screen went dark. She stood holding his phone in both hands and looked at the blank screen. And then she looked up at the gates, and then she looked at Takashi. He was very still, not frightened. She would remember this clearly, but composed in the particular way of someone who has arrived at a decision and is simply being present with it. He took the phone back from her and placed it in his jacket pocket without pressing any button, without checking the screen, without making any remark on what had happened. The path ahead continued upward into the mountain, curving away to the right between more gates and more intervals of dark and more of the small stone figures sitting at the edges in their red bibs, watching the path with their smooth and empty eyes. The mountain was very quiet around them. The kind of quiet that is not an absence, but a presence made up of the small sounds of a forest at rest. The faintest movement of air through the gate pillars, something distant calling in the trees above, the sound of her own breathing, the sound of Takashi's. Rin became aware, standing there, of a feeling she did not quite know how to name. And so she did not try to name it, only held it and looked at the gates and let the mountain be what it was. It was not fear, or not only fear. Fear had been present in the first moment, but this was something layered over or underneath the fear, something closer to the experience of realizing that a room you've been in for some time is much larger than you thought, and that the far corners contain things you cannot see, and that these things are not hostile, only present, and that their presence is something they would very much like you to be aware of. She asked Takashi in a low voice whether he thought they ought to go back. He said that it might be a good idea in the mild and neutral way that was, for him, the closest thing he had to expressing a preference. And there was something gentle and companionable in the exchange, the way they arrived at the same conclusion without either of them needing to be the one who said it first. And so, without any urgency, without any declaration or ceremony, they turned around on the stone path and began walking back down the way they had come. The gates passing overhead in the other direction now, the lanterns casting their light ahead of them as they descended. The return felt shorter than the ascent had been, as returns often do, and the quality of the air around them changed in a way that was gradual and hard to locate. She could not have said at which gate it began to lift, only that by the time they reached the lower grounds where the lights were brighter and she could hear voices in the courtyard, the sensation of being noticed had drawn quietly back, the way a wave draws back from the shore without fuss, without announcement. In the ordinary lamplight of the main shrine courtyard, she took out her phone, and it turned on without any difficulty, and the camera opened as smoothly as if nothing had ever been the matter with it. And she pointed it at the main hall and pressed the shutter, and a clean, unremarkable photograph appeared in her gallery. Just a lit building on an autumn evening, nothing more than that. Takashi checked his phone as well, and his was the same, the battery reading what it had read before, the camera functioning without protest, the photographs from earlier in the day all present and unaffected, no error messages, no indication anywhere that anything at all had occurred. They found a vending machine near the parking area, and Takashi bought 2 canned drinks, one hot and one cold, and handed her the hot one without asking because he always knew what she wanted, and they stood in the amber warmth of the machine's glow and drank without saying very much. On the drive back to the hotel, they talked about her brother Run and the following day's plans, and whether the restaurant they had read about would have space for 2 without a reservation, and the mountain sat behind them in the dark with all its gates and all its foxes and all its silence, and it did not call after them. She has thought about that night many times in the 9 years since, turning it over in the slow and patient way she has with experiences that do not resolve cleanly, not trying to reach a verdict about what happened, only holding the memory up to the light, the way you hold something whose edges you cannot quite see. The rational explanations were always available to her. Some electromagnetic quality of the mountain, some interference from the altitude or the stone, some improbable but possible coincidence of 2 phones with the same rare and unrepeated fault, and she has never dismissed any of them. But she also knows what the experience felt like from the inside, and from the inside it felt like being told something clearly, gently, without hostility or fuss, in a language that did not use words but had the same structure as meaning, the 2 phones going dark in the same way at the same moment, as if someone had drawn a line, and the line was simply and plainly there. She does not photograph shrines now, not the older paths, not the places that climb into the mountain toward the parts that have been there the longest. She still visits them, perhaps more often than she did before, as if the experience of being gently turned away had made her more attentive to what these places are and what it is they ask of the people who walk through them. She goes and stands and bows and puts her hands together and lets herself be in the quiet of the place without reaching for the impulse to capture it. And she finds that this leaves a more vivid impression than any photograph would have done, because the experience stays in her rather than on a screen where it belongs only to itself. The memory she carries from that night, the deep red of the gates in the dark, the warm, impossible glow of the lanterns against all that darkness, the fox at the edge of the frame she never quite took, the sound of Takashi's quiet breathing just behind her left shoulder, the clean blank screen in her palm, is sharper and more present than most photographs she has ever looked at, because it belongs entirely to the place that made it and cannot be shown to anyone. It stays in the way that unresolved things stay, in the way that places which have held your attention without explanation hold you in return, quietly, across many years. She does not know what moved in the dark between the gates on that mountain. What was that looked at 2 people standing there with their phones raised and determined that this particular evening was not for pictures. She is not sure, after all this time, that she needs to know. What she came away with was something she could not have planned for, the sense of having been briefly and unmistakably in the presence of something that had been in that place long before she arrived, and would be there long after, something with its own relationship to being observed and a quiet and definite way of communicating it. And she finds something quietly comforting in that, in the idea that there are still places in the world that have a view on things that push back softly when they choose to, that are not entirely available to be looked at and captured and carried away, that insist on some other kind of attention than the one a camera provides. Takashi has never mentioned the phones in all the years since, and she has never raised it with him either. Not because there is anything uncomfortable between them about it, but because some things seem to be complete in themselves, content to remain in the particular silence of shared experience that both people understood and neither needed to explain. The mountain keeps its counsel, and so does he, and she loves this about both of them. Rin has come to feel, in the quiet years that have followed, that what happened in the Torii tunnel that night was not only a refusal, though it was that, but also an invitation of a different kind, an invitation to be present without the distance of a screen between herself and the world, to stand somewhere ancient and let it be ancient, to carry the experience not in a gallery on a phone, but in the deeper and older kind of memory, the kind that lives in the body and surfaces years later. Without being asked, she left the mountain that night without a single photograph of the gates in the dark. She has never once wished she had any. And that, perhaps, is where the story rests for tonight. In the particular softness of two people walking back down a mountain in the dark without their pictures, carrying instead the quiet weight of having been somewhere very old that noticed them, and having been, in some way neither of them could quite name, glad of it. And so we leave that calm scene behind, its shadows settling quiet, its story complete. There is no hurry now. If you need a moment, take one. Let your breath come slow. Let your shoulders soften against whatever is holding you. The night is long and generous and entirely yours. Our next story carries the same night forward, the same unhurried dark unfolding, just a little further, just a little deeper. You do not need to follow closely. You only need to rest here and let the words arrive the way sleep arrives, gently, without announcement, without asking anything of you at all. In the last slow hours of the old year, a man named Tetsuya walked the familiar path to the small Inari shrine at the end of his neighborhood street, his breath making soft shapes in the winter air. He had lived near that shrine for most of his adult life, and he knew it the way you know a neighbor you have never properly spoken to, well enough to nod at, well enough to notice, should it ever fall quiet in a different way than usual. The shrine was nothing grand, just a cluster of red torii gates, smaller than a man is tall, and two stone foxes sitting on either side of the offering box with that particular expression stone foxes always seem to have, somewhere between amusement and knowing. It was the 31st of December, and Tetsuya had come for the Nine and Merry, the end-of-year visit, when you arrive before midnight and let the new year come to you while you are still standing at the shrine, the old one going and the new one arriving around you like weather. His brother Ren had come with him, and the two of them walked the way brothers walk when they are grown, not touching, not speaking much, just companionably present in the warmth of each other. Tetsuya would have been the first to admit that he was not a particularly devout man, that he came to the shrine the same way he came to most gatherings, because it was the thing you did, and because afterward there would be sake waiting at home. That last part, the sake, had been a fixture of Tetsuya's life for longer than he could properly trace, a presence as ordinary and unremarkable to him as the weighted coat he had worn every winter for decades. By the time he was in middle school, before he was allowed anything stronger than barley tea, he had already developed what his mother called a certain appreciation for the idea of a drink. The way some children are drawn to the smell of coffee before they understand what it is. By his 20s, there was no particular limit to what he could consume. Whiskey tasted the way barley tea tasted to everyone else. Mild, agreeable, something to sip through an evening without it gathering any particular weight. His family had worried, now and then, in the gentle sideways way that families worry about things they have decided they must accept, and his friends had stopped counting his glasses many years before this night. What they had arrived at instead was a comfortable understanding that this was simply who Tetsuya was, a man who could drink through a long night and wake the next morning looking, as Rin once observed, like someone who had slept extremely well. None of that was on his mind as he stood before the offering box in the cold and pressed his palms together. What was on his mind was mostly the cold itself, and the sound of the bell he had just rung, that low bronze resonance that always surprised him with how far it seemed to travel into the surrounding quiet before it finally came to rest. He made his wish, or something approximating a wish, the vague good intentions that pass for prayer when you have not practiced it very carefully. And then he stepped back, made his bows, and turned toward the torii. He had 1 foot through the gate and 1 foot still on the shrine's gravel when it happened. The sound was not outside him. It was not a gate settling, not a branch falling in the dark trees beyond, not a stone fox shifting on its pedestal, but something that came from inside him, or very close to inside him, in that indeterminate space where a body and its invisible contents meet. The best description Tetsuya would later give was that it sounded like something enormously heavy had dropped free, 5 tons of something. He would say, though he admitted he had no clear sense of what shape a thing of 5 tons might take inside a human body. He stopped walking and looked down at the pale gravel, half expecting to see something there, some physical object that had dislodged itself from him and landed at his feet. But there was nothing, only the frost-edged stones and his own shoes and the faint sounds of other families making their way to other shrines along other quiet streets. Run, who had been half a step behind him, also stopped. He mentioned, quietly and without alarm, that he had heard something, a sound, very close. He was not sure where exactly, and asked whether Tetsuya had heard it too. They stood for a moment, the two of them, in the hush that follows a sound that cannot be explained, listening to the cold night settling around them. After a while, Tetsuya said that yes, he had heard it, and Rin nodded in the slow way people nod when they have decided to accept something rather than take it apart. They walked home together, and the night continued around them. The cold, the occasional stars between the clouds, the faint smell of incense drifting from someone's window, and they did not speak about the sound again, at least not that evening. What Tetsuya noticed as they walked was a peculiar sense of lightness, not happiness exactly, not relief, Nothing so readable as that, but something more physical, like the feeling of having set down a bag you've been carrying for so long you have forgotten it was there. When he got home, he did something he would afterward find vaguely amusing to admit. He stepped onto the bathroom scale, half seriously, simply to look at the number. The number was exactly what it always was. Nothing had changed in any measurable way. And he stood there looking at it for a moment before concluding that the scale was probably correct and that whatever lightness he felt must be something it had no means of detecting. He went to bed later than usual, and when he finally laid down in the dark and let the tiredness come, he fell asleep more quickly and more completely than he had in some time. The dream, when it came, was not the kind of dream that announces itself as a dream. There was a small girl, no older than 4 or 5, he thought, small enough that her head barely reached his elbow, and she was moving through the space around him in the particular joyful way that very small children move when something has pleased them enormously. She was hopping from one foot to the other in a quick light pattern that was somewhere between dancing and skipping, and she kept circling him with the tireless energy of a child for whom the idea of stopping simply has not arrived yet. She was saying something as she moved, and it took him a moment to understand what it was, because the words were simple, but the feeling behind them was large and warm and a little overwhelming. She told him that he was lighter now, that he had become lighter, and that this was a good thing. And she said it the way you say something you've been waiting to say, with a kind of settled satisfaction, the way you might describe a problem that has finally been resolved. The praise she offered him, that he had done well, that he was to be congratulated, came with a delight in her voice that was completely unfeigned, the way children are delighted before they learn to hold it back, before they learn that not every good thing needs to be celebrated quite so fully. In the dream, Tetsuya did not say anything. He stood and watched the small girl hop and circle and beam at him with an enormous, uncomplicated pride, and he felt something in the vicinity of gratitude, though he could not quite have said who he was grateful to or why this felt like something that mattered. When he woke, it was morning, the first morning of the new year, pale winter light on the ceiling and the sound of his family already gathering in the other rooms, voices and the smell of soup beginning in the kitchen. The house had that particular New Year's Day quality that Japanese houses get when relatives arrive early. A comfortable crowdedness, the sound of voices overlapping in the pleasant way they do when everyone is still in good temper and the day has not yet introduced any disagreements. There was sake because there is always sake on New Year's morning, poured into the small lacquered cups that only appeared at this time of year, the ones with the tiny paintings on the inside that Tetsuya had always liked without ever quite noticing he liked them. He looked at the cups and felt, he would later say, entirely ordinary about them. No reluctance, no unease, nothing that suggested the morning was about to reach a decision without consulting him. He picked up a cup the way he had picked up cups on 100 New Year's mornings before this one, and he raised it to his lips. His body simply declined. That is the only way he ever found to describe it. Not that the sake tasted wrong, not that some conscious part of him resisted, but that his body, the physical working of him, quietly refused, the way a lock refuses a key that no longer fits. He tried again, more carefully, tilting the cup and allowing a small amount past his lips, and then he waited to understand what his body intended to do about it. He excused himself from the table very soon after, and when he came back, his face had taken on a color that caused his mother to ask, gently, whether he was feeling well. He said that he thought, though he was not entirely certain. He did not try the sake again that morning, or that afternoon, or that evening. And as the relatives talked and the year turned and the soup grew cold in its pot, he sat and watched everyone else drink and try to understand what had changed. In the days that followed, he tried again, not from any urgent craving, but because it seemed improbable that something so fundamental about him could have simply changed in a single night, and improbable things deserve at least one honest test. The test confirmed what New Year's morning had suggested. His body had no further interest in alcohol, in any form, at any quantity, and it communicated this with a consistency that left no room for argument. His family worried, asked whether he was ill, whether he had decided to stop, which everyone agreed would be perfectly sensible if that was what he wanted. He went to the doctor, and the doctor ran the usual tests, and the results came back showing nothing of note. No liver condition, no newly developed sensitivity, no explanation for why a man who had been drinking since before it was advisable should find himself, in the space of one morning, unable to finish a single cup of sake. The doctor suggested, in the diplomatic way that doctors suggest things they cannot quite categorize, that perhaps this was simply one of those changes the body sometimes makes without announcing itself in advance. Over the months that followed, Tetsuya and his brother Ren arrived at a theory, the way brothers do when they have decided that the most comfortable explanation is probably also the truest one. The sound at the shrine, that tremendous interior drop, like something of enormous weight falling free, had been, they came to feel, the sound of something leaving him. Some old companion that had been riding along with Tetsuya for decades, settled somewhere close, drinking alongside him all those years without ever paying its share. What it was exactly, they did not try hard to name. The shape of the thing was less important than the fact of its going, less important than the pale gravel and the cold and the lightness that came after. Ren had heard the sound too, and confirmed it every time the story came up, without embellishment, without revision, saying only that it had been very large and very close, and had come from somewhere that was not the ground. As for the small girl in the dream, Tetsuya remained less settled on how to feel about her. She had been so genuinely pleased with him, so unguarded in her delight, hopping from foot to foot, telling him he was lighter now, telling him he had done well. And he understood, in the way you understand things in the months after a significant dream, that she had meant all of it as a kindness. But the practical reality of being unable to drink, at business dinners, at family gatherings, at the quiet evenings when a glass had always been the soft punctuation at the end of a long day. This had introduced a complication into his life that he had not been given the chance to weigh before the decision was made on his behalf. And so, when Ren occasionally suggested, half joking and half not, that perhaps Tetsuya ought to go back to the shrine and offer some proper thanks to whoever had arranged all of this, Tetsuya would go quiet in the gentle, stubborn way He always went quiet when he had not yet decided what he thought. He had not gone back to offer thanks, and whenever someone asked directly whether he missed the drinking, whether he would change it back if something could change it, he would pause before answering, and the answer was always careful, always measured, and it never quite arrived as a clear yes. There is something that lives inside that hesitation, the reluctance to be grateful for something you did not ask for, and the quiet suspicion, growing over time, that it may have been a gift regardless. The shrine at the end of the street is still there. The red torii, the stone foxes with their calm, half-amused expressions, the offering box where Tetsuya stood on the last night of the year and pressed his palms together without knowing what the night had in mind for him. He still walks past it in the ordinary way you walk past familiar things, and sometimes he pauses and looks at the gravel path, at the spot just outside the gate where the sound came from, where something that had been with him for most of his life apparently decided on a cold December night that it was finally time to go. He does not step on the scale on those mornings because he already knows what it would say. But somewhere in the way he stands there, looking at that patch of pale gravel in the winter light, there's perhaps the beginning of something like gratitude, slow in arriving, as gratitude sometimes is, but settling nonetheless, the way sleep settles over a person who has finally stopped trying to hurry it. And perhaps the small girl is still somewhere pleased with herself, still hopping, still certain she did the right thing. And perhaps one day Tetsuya will find himself at the shrine again, on a quiet evening, with something to say to the cold air and the stone foxes and whoever might be listening. And so we leave that quiet memory behind, its quiet shadows settling into stillness, the way all moments do when we stop reaching for them. There is no hurry now. If you need to breathe a little slower, to let your shoulders sink a little deeper into wherever you are resting, this is exactly the right time for that. The night is patient with you. Our next story is not somewhere else. It is the same night continuing, the same dark and gentle air moving through the same hours, unhurried, undemanding. Simply let the next voice find you where you already are, already still, already drifting towards somewhere soft and without edges. Somewhere on the lower wooded slopes of the mountain that holds Fushimi Inari Taisha, at 9 o'clock on an October evening, Sho and his old friend Yui stood together at the mouth of the Thousand Torii Gates and looked up into the red lacquered dark. Yui had mentioned the shrine earlier that day with the mild enthusiasm of someone suggesting a pleasant detour. "Let's go to Fushimi," she had said. "It will be quiet in the evening." And Sho had agreed in the same mild spirit, and neither of them had quite registered that quiet in the evening would mean arriving at 9 o'clock, with the October air already cold against their faces, and the lanterns at the entrance doing their best against the dark. Millions of people visit Fushimi Inari each year, most of them in daylight, and what they find are thousands of torii gates painted the deep persimmon orange the Japanese call vermilion, standing close together in dense rows along the mountain path, so that walking beneath them is something like passing through a long, curving tunnel of color, the light between the pillars coming in slow slanted bars, warm and ceremonial. At night, there was something else entirely. Lantern light deepened the orange toward rust, and the spaces between the pillars held a darkness that the scattered lamps could only soften rather than dispel, and at intervals along the path the stone foxes sat, the messengers of Inari, the god of this place, their carved faces turned outward toward the trees, patient in the way that stone is patient, which is to say, without effort and without end. Sho noticed the foxes as he and Yui began to walk, and he found himself thinking that they looked as though they had been expecting this particular pair of visitors for a very long time. Behind them, as they started up the path, came the sounds of 3 or 4 other groups, footsteps, murmured conversations, the small beep of a camera. And this was a reassuring sound, the ordinary noise of people doing exactly what Sho and Yui were doing, which was looking at something beautiful and slightly eerie and telling themselves, in the quiet way people do, that they were not especially afraid. They were perhaps 10 or 15 minutes into the climb, the path curving steadily upward between the gates, the lanterns above casting their amber light onto the wet stone, when Sho noticed the woman. She was walking ahead of them on the path, a woman, alone, wearing the white and red layered robes of a Miko, a shrine maiden, her dark hair pinned neatly at the nape of her neck, her posture entirely straight as she moved along the steps at a pace that was unhurried and perfectly even. Sho assumed, in the absent way one assumes things while walking, that she was a shrine worker finishing a late shift, or perhaps a visitor in traditional dress for a photograph. And he mentioned her to Yui in passing, just a quiet observation. There is someone ahead of us in Miko robes, and Yui looked and nodded, and they kept walking. What happened in the minutes that followed is the part that Sho, even years later, found difficult to describe without feeling a version of the strangeness again. They slowed their pace without discussing it to match the pace of the woman ahead, and then they simply followed her. Not because either of them had decided to follow. He would try to explain it afterward as something like the way you follow the person in front of you in a long queue without making a conscious choice. The way your feet take the path that is already going somewhere. But that description never quite held because the path branched more than once as they climbed, and each time the woman took one fork or the other, they took the same fork without pausing, without speaking, without choosing. The voices behind them grew quieter as they walked. Sho had the impression that the other groups had turned back. It was getting late, after all, and the mountain path at Fushimi goes on for a very long time. And so he did not look back, and Yui did not look back, and the path ahead was lit only by the lanterns strung along the torii, and the trees on either side grew taller and closer together the higher they climbed. He noticed at some point that the woman wore no shoes. The pale soles of her feet were visible between the hem of her white robes and the whetstone of the path, entirely bare, entirely silent as she moved, and this settled somewhere in the back of his mind without urgency, the way a detail that doesn't quite fit sits in the corner of awareness without yet demanding any attention. The stone must have been cold. It was October, and the air at that height carried a real chill in it, the kind that works its way into the joints if you stand still for more than a minute, and the steps beneath their own feet were damp from earlier rain, and he found himself thinking, in a slow and distant way, that the woman's bare feet must be very cold against that stone. And then, for a while, he was not thinking very clearly at all. This is the part of the evening he could never fully account for. There was a stretch of the walk, somewhere in its middle, where his memory simply did not hold the details the way memory usually does. No landmarks he could name afterward, no particular gates or turns or sounds he could recall, no sense of time passing in the ordinary way. Only the red of the torii above them, and the woman's white-robed back ahead, and the soft rhythm of his own footsteps on the stone. Yui walked beside him, as she always did, her shoulder nearly at the level of his, and neither of them said anything. He was aware of her the way you are aware of someone who has been alongside you for a long time, a familiar warmth, a presence, but he did not look at her face during this part of the walk, and she did not speak, and the mountain held them both in a quiet that felt less like emptiness and more like attention. The woman ahead quickened her pace. It was not a run, more the brisk half-hurrying of someone who has realized they are slightly late, a lengthened stride that pushed her farther ahead along the curve of the path, her white robes moving differently now, the hem lifting a little with each step, her dark hair still perfectly pinned. And Sho followed, and Yui followed with him, without deciding to, without speaking, the way you follow a tide so slow and large that you do not perceive it as movement at all, and the gates rose and fell on either side, and the mountain was very dark and very quiet, and the woman's white figure grew smaller ahead of them, and still they walked. There was a fork in the path. It appeared ahead of them out of the dark, a branching of the stone steps, two directions among the trees, the left fork narrow and steep and lit by no lanterns at all, the right fork wider and warmer, with a lamp hanging above its entrance. And the woman in white turned onto the left path without slowing, without pausing, her bare feet certain on the wet stone. Sho stopped. He could not have explained what made him stop, whether it was something he saw or something he felt, or whether the part of him that had been waiting quietly in the back of his mind simply arrived at the surface, gently and without drama, and said that this was far enough. But he stopped, and he looked at Yui. Her face was the color of the paper charm slips tied to the sacred tree at the shrine entrance, a particular white that was not quite ordinary paleness, and her eyes were open and looking straight ahead toward the dark of the left-hand path where the woman had already disappeared, and there was something in her expression that was not fear and not wonder and not quite any word he had for it. Something like the face of a person who is hearing a sound that no one else can hear, a sound neither pleasant nor unpleasant, but entirely absorbing, the kind that holds you completely and does not let you go. He said her name, quietly, just once, the way you would speak to someone very nearly asleep, and she turned to look at him, and the something in her expression shifted, and she blinked, and then she looked around at the gates and the dark trees with the slightly lost expression of someone who has walked into a room and cannot quite remember why. They took the right fork. Sho led, and Yui walked beside him, and neither of them spoke as they descended, and the torii gates curved above them on either side, and the path was wet and the trees were still, and the mountain around them was entirely quiet now. No voices, no other footsteps, only their own shoes on the stone, and, somewhere far below, the sound of the city continuing its ordinary life without them. They reached the entrance without knowing how long they had been walking. The lanterns at the base of the mountain were bright after the dark of the upper path, and there were still a few people at the entrance. A couple consulting a map, a man with a can from the nearby vending machine. And the sight of them, the ordinary warm light, had the quality that Sho would later associate with stepping off a very long train journey into a station you know well. The particular relief of recognized things. The sense that the ordinary world had continued patiently in your absence and was here, unchanged, waiting. He took his phone from his pocket and looked at it. It was 11:23. They had entered the gates at 9 o'clock. He held the screen toward Yui so she could see the numbers, and she looked at it for a moment without speaking, and then she looked back up at the mountain behind them, its dark shape above the lanterns and the highest visible red of the gates, and then back at him, and she said nothing. There was a last train to catch, and so they walked to the station, and on the platform, Sho bought 2 cans of warm tea from the machine near the stairs, and they stood together in the orange light and waited without speaking, and the tea was warm in their hands, and the ordinary noise of the station was a relief in its own quiet way. The train was almost empty at that hour, and they found a seat together near the window, and outside the dark city moved past. The lit windows of houses, the blue-white glow of a convenience store, a small bridge over water that caught the reflections of the streetlights. And after a while, Sho asked Yui what she remembered of the walk, because he found he needed to hear another person speak. She tilted the can of tea in her hands and thought about it for a moment, looking at nothing in particular. Then she told him that she remembered the entrance and the first few gates and stopping to take a photograph of one of the stone foxes. After that, she said she was not certain. She had the feeling of having walked for a long time. She told him, but without the content of the walk, no gates she could picture, no sound she could name, only the sense of moving forward in the way you move forward in a dream where the path has already been arranged and your only task is to follow it. She did not remember the woman in white. He told her about the woman gently, in the careful way you tell someone about something they may or may not be able to recover from their own memory, not wanting to alarm and not wanting to impose a shape on whatever she might still find if she looked. And Yui listened with the can of warm tea held in both hands. And when he had finished, she looked out the window at the city passing in the dark, and she was quiet for a while. Then she said, softly, that it had been a strange evening, and that seemed to be enough of an accounting for her. She said it without distress, without alarm, the way you might note that the weather had been unusual, accepting the fact of strangeness without needing it to become anything more. Sho thought about the mountain for a long time afterward. The woman's white robes in the lantern light, the patience of the stone foxes, the particular calm that had come into him during those 2 missing hours like something poured slowly from a very old container. And the thing that stayed with him most was not the strangeness of the experience, but the quality of the calm itself, which had not felt like something imposed from outside, but something offered, the way a door is held open by someone who has been expecting you, as though, for those 2 hours on the mountain, ordinary time had simply chosen not to apply. He would not have been able to explain why that felt on reflection, more like a kindness than anything else, but it did, and perhaps that was the most quietly extraordinary part of all, that he had walked into something without a name and come out the other side with his hands empty and his breathing slow, and something that felt, when he was honest with himself, very much like gratitude. Yui never spoke of it again in any of the years that followed. Not to dismiss it, not to explain it away, simply to leave it in the place where it belonged, which was on the mountain among the red gates and the quiet foxes and the October trees, in the keeping of whatever it was that had walked ahead of them through the dark and then quietly, without turning, disappeared. There are things, perhaps, that are better left on mountains, and this seemed to be one of them, and both of them appeared to understand that without needing to put it into words. The train carried them home through the sleeping city, and the lights inside the carriage were warm and very ordinary. And at some point Yui fell asleep against the window with her can of tea still loosely held in her hands, her face finally easy and untroubled, and Sho watched the dark water of a river pass below one of the bridges and felt, for reasons he could not quite name, entirely at peace. And that, perhaps, is where this part of the story rests. On a late train moving through Kyoto in the last hour of an autumn night, the mountain receding behind them, the foxes still keeping their patient watch among the red gates, and a long dark holding everything very gently in its quiet. And so we leave that still place behind, its quiet settling like dust after a long stillness. Everything that happened there folding gently into the past where it belongs. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take one. Let your breath come in slow, and let it go slower still, the way night air moves when there is nothing left to carry. The same story is continuing now, the same night unfolding, and it will wait for you, patient and unhurried, the way all good things wait. Simply rest where you are, feel the weight of your body, and when you are ready, let the next voice find you, soft as a lamp left burning in an empty room. In the rented apartment where Makoto and his younger brother Run had been sleeping side by side, it was a little past midnight when something woke him. A small dry sound, like the slow movement of socked feet across the tatami mat. He lay still for a moment with his eyes closed, listening to it and hoping it would stop, the way small sounds in the night usually stop if you wait quietly enough and don't give them the full weight of your attention. The room around him was the same room it had always been, narrow, low-ceilinged, with a particular smell of a rented apartment that has absorbed the lives of many different people and holds them all faintly in its walls. There was no reason on the surface of it to feel what he felt in that moment, the slow and particular unease that begins not in the mind but somewhere lower in the body, in the chest, in the stomach before the mind has had time to catch up with it. When he finally opened his eyes, the room was washed in thin gray light from the window, and there was Run standing in the middle of the room, already moving toward the far wall in a way that was not quite walking. It was the quality of the movement that stopped Makoto's breath, not the fact of his brother being upright at midnight, but the way he moved, the soft and directionless drift of it, as though he were being carried somewhere rather than choosing to go. His feet found the floor the way a sleepwalker's feet find the floor, and he drifted toward the sliding glass door with the patient inevitability of water finding its level, unhurried and utterly without any apparent doubt about where he was being taken. When his hands reached the glass, they did not try to open it. They began instead to scratch at the surface, lightly, a slow and repetitive motion. The sound of fingernails dragging across the cool pane, filling the quiet room with that small, hollow noise. And then Ren's voice came. Not a voice exactly. More like what a voice becomes when it has been drained of will, a thin thread of sound, the same few words repeated in a flat and hollow murmur. That he had to go, that he needed to go, that something was waiting for him somewhere. Makoto sat up slowly, the cold of the floor reaching him through the futon, and looked at his brother for a long moment in that gray light, trying to find some version of what he was seeing that could resolve itself into something ordinary. Ren's eyes were open. That was the detail Makoto would carry longest from that night. Not the scratching or the murmuring, but the quality of those open eyes, which were directed at nothing, focused on nothing, alive in form but utterly absent in a way that he had no name for, then or ever. He called his brother's name once, quietly, in the careful way you speak to a person you don't want to startle. Just the one word, offered gently into the room, hoping it would be enough, hoping Ren would simply turn and look at him and ask what was wrong. Ren did not turn. He turned away from the balcony door instead, pulled back from it by the same invisible current, and began now to drift toward the entrance of the apartment, toward the front door and the corridor beyond it, and the stairs that led down and out into the open night. Makoto felt it then, not the cold of the room, but something else, the kind of cold that arrives not from any window or draft, but from the sudden understanding of what you are watching, the body's own quiet signal that something is genuinely, seriously wrong. He was on his feet before he had quite decided to stand, crossing the room in 3 or 4 steps. Instinct understanding before his mind did that loud and fast would not help here, that whatever was carrying his brother toward that door did not respond to ordinary urgency. Ren was already at the entrance, his hand rising toward the handle, still murmuring that soft, flat refrain. That he had to go. He needed to go. Something was waiting, and the quietness of it was somehow the worst part, the complete absence of any doubt or confusion in those repeated words. Makoto reached him and took hold of his shoulders, both of them firmly, the way you take hold of something you have decided not to let go of under any circumstances, and said his name. Not quietly this time. He said Ren's name the way you say a name, when the saying of it is all you have left to offer, full and clear and carrying in it everything at once. All the fear and the love and the plain refusal to let his brother walk out of that door and into whatever the night had arranged for him. Ren went still. Then, in the slow space of a breath or two, something in him changed. His shoulders came down, his hands dropped away from the door handle. His head turned a little to one side in the confused and slightly wondering way of a person who has been woken in the middle of a dream and hasn't yet worked out where they are or how they got there. Makoto still had hold of his shoulders when Ren blinked, once and then again, and something came back into his eyes. Presence, warmth, the particular light of a person returning to themselves from somewhere far away. And he looked at his brother without speaking because there was nothing yet that language was equipped to address. Makoto led him back across the room, and Rin allowed himself to be led and lay down on his futon and pulled the blanket up around him, and within a few minutes his breathing had deepened into something slow and even and unremarkable. Makoto sat with his back against the wall and did not sleep. He sat and watched his brother breathe and listened to the sounds the apartment made around them. The soft settling of the building, the distant continuous hum of the city, the particular quality that past midnight has when you are the only person awake in it and you are not sure you understand what you have just seen. He thought about the open eyes, about the flat murmur, about the way Run had drifted toward that door with the patient and certain direction of a person who had been called somewhere and trusted the call completely, and found that his usual categories for sorting experience into the things that made sense and the things that were probably imagination were simply not large enough to hold what he had witnessed. There had always been something slightly off about the apartment. He recognized that now. In the midnight silence, a persistent low unease he had attributed to unfamiliarity, to the accumulated weight of other people's lives in the walls, but which felt in this new light like something more specific than that, something that had been here before them and had found and Rin a particular kind of door it liked. He thought about certain stories he had grown up half believing and half dismissing. The old accounts of people who walked in the night toward places they should not go, drawn by something that wore a familiar face and offered a certainty they were not in a position to refuse, and found that the comfortable distance he had always kept from such stories was no longer quite available to him. And then the night continued, and his thoughts grew slower and less certain. And somewhere in the gradual dissolution of everything he had been holding, he also slept, his back still against the wall, the room finally quiet around him. In the morning, Rin remembered the dream. Not the waking parts, not the balcony door, not the scratching, not the entrance, not the way Makoto had grabbed his shoulders in the dark. None of that had left any impression in his memory at all. And Makoto found this, in its own way, as unsettling as anything else about the night, that a thing so vivid and frightening could leave its host entirely unmarked. But the dream itself, Rin recalled with the careful precision that certain dreams carry back with them. The ones that feel more solid and more detailed than the waking world, the ones you find intact when you arrive on the other side of sleep. He had been in the dream and known he was dreaming, that strange double awareness that comes sometimes, and in the dream there had been another Run, a figure that had his face and his voice and his exact way of moving, but which he understood with the absolute certainty of the dreaming mind was not him, not in any way that mattered. This other Run had been pulling at him, not at his body, not at any part he could name, but at something deeper, some anchoring point inside him, trying to drag him loose from himself and toward whatever waited at the edges of the dream. Patient in the way that only certain things are patient, the patience of something that has no reason to hurry. He described it the way you describe something for which language was never quite designed. Effortful, he said quietly, the way walking into a strong and invisible wind is effortful. Each step requiring far more than steps should. The shadow double pulling with a calm and tireless attention that made the effort feel less like a struggle and more like a slow, steady losing of ground. And then Makoto had grabbed his shoulders, or what translated into the dream as Makoto's grip, that sudden solid pressure arriving from somewhere outside the dream's logic, and the pulling stopped, and Rin found himself still there, still himself, still on the right side of whatever boundary had been in question. He had come back to his futon, he said, close his eyes, and the dream had returned. But this time, something else was also in it. He described it carefully, pausing before certain words as though testing their adequacy, the way you speak about something witnessed in a register that ordinary language was not built for. A figure standing at some distance in the dream dark, wearing white hakama, the wide and formal pleated trousers of shrine, immaculate, perfectly still, watching the scene with an attention that felt very old and very composed. The figure did not speak, or if it did, the words had not survived the crossing back to waking. What remained was only the impression of them, something warm and absolute, not gentle exactly, but present in the deep way that certain old presences are present, needing nothing from you, asking for nothing, simply there and watchful and entirely unhurried. And then the figure moved, and the other run, the shadow double, the thing that had been wearing his face and pulling at his moorings, came apart. Rin was careful in the telling to say that it had not been violent, and Makoto would always remember that qualification. The way his brother's voice had been almost precise in its insistence on this detail, as though it mattered to him that whoever heard the story understood the exact character of what he had seen. Not violent, he said, just final, the way fire is final with smoke, not defeating it but returning it to what it always was, burning away the form and leaving the air clean and still behind it. The way air is when it is not holding anything it was never meant to hold. The shadow double simply stopped being there, the way a difficult thought stops being difficult once you have found a word that fits it, not driven away, not conquered, simply dissolved back into whatever absence it had come from, and the dream was quiet where it had been. The fox figure stood for a moment longer in the stillness, the way things in certain dreams hold themselves before the scene shifts and the mind moves on. And Rin found himself aware, from inside the dream, that something had been done on his behalf, without his asking for it and without any explanation attached, and that the gratitude he felt toward this figure was real, though he could not have said precisely to whom it should be addressed. Then he had slept deeply. He told Makoto, for the rest of that night, the untroubled sleep of someone returned to safety from a very long way away. Makoto listened to all of it over their morning tea, the apartment pale with early light, the sounds of the day assembling themselves outside, a cart on the street below, the distant chime of a convenience store opening, a bird somewhere in the narrow eaves, and found that he had very little useful to offer in response. There were things one might say to a story like this, the comfortable and rational interpretations that help a strange experience settle into something manageable enough to carry through an ordinary day. But none of them felt adequate to the memory of his brother's open eyes, or the particular cold he had felt in his own chest, or the way the apartment felt this morning against the way it had felt for all the weeks before. Not different in any way he could have pointed to on a floor plan or described to someone who had not been there, only different in the felt way, the way a room is different after a long closed-in weather is finally lifted, lighter than it had been, more ordinary, the air simply air again. Whatever had been in that apartment, whatever low and patient thing had found its way into the nights there and had found and run one particular night, something worth pulling seemed, after that night, simply to be gone as cleanly and as quietly as the shadow itself had gone in the dream. He and Rin did not speak of it much after that morning. The way brothers often do not speak of the things they have passed through together that are too close and too strange for the ordinary language of conversation. Those experiences that live instead in the shared glance, in the half smile, in the particular knowing that passes between two people who have stood together in the dark and come back to the light. But Makoto would return to it in the years that followed, the way you return to a landscape you have only visited once, but which has stayed with you in a way you cannot entirely account for. The figure in white hakama, standing in the dream dark, the fire that was not violent, the shadow thing dissolving back into the nothing it had always been. He had grown up with stories about foxes, the old kind, the kind that live in the space between shrine and forest and city, the kind that appear in the oldest accounts as guardians of particular and very specific things, beings who know certain things about shadow and fire, and the difference between what is real and what is merely wearing the face of what is real. He had kept such stories at a comfortable distance, the way most people do, tucked into the category of things that feel metaphorically true, true enough to be worth preserving, not quite true enough to stake anything important on. After that night, the distance felt different. He had no single explanation large enough to hold all of it. The open eyes, the flat murmur of "I have to go," the grip he had taken of his brother's shoulders in the dark, the dream that followed, the white figure, the fire, the morning after with its ordinary tea and its ordinary light. But he found, somewhere along the way, that he no longer needed one. What he had instead was simpler and more durable than any explanation. Just the sense, below language, below all the theories and the reasonable doubts, that something had been looking out for them on that long and strange night. Something older than the apartment, and older than the city, and older than whatever had come looking for Rin in the sleeping hours. Rin was fine after that night. More than fine, in fact, lighter in himself in the way that people sometimes are after a weight has been lifted that they had grown so used to carrying that they had stopped registering it as weight. And if you find yourself sometime at a fox shrine, at Fushimi Inari, where the 1,000 red torii climb the mountain in their long and patient procession, or at any of the smaller shrines tucked into the margins of a city or at the edge of a quiet road, it is perhaps worth pausing for a moment in the particular quality of air that such places hold. That slightly older and slightly different air that has been there longer than the buildings around it. The stone foxes sit in their patient pairs, one with a scroll, one with a key, neither of them needing anything from you. But if you feel moved in that pause to be quietly grateful for the things that come without being called, for the fire that is not violent, for the figure that appears in the dreaming hours and does what needs doing and then simply is not there anymore, that gratitude, it seems, is never wasted. It is a small thing to offer, and a gentle one, and it costs nothing, much like the thing itself, which asked nothing of Makoto and nothing of Rin, only arrived when it was needed and left the dream quieter than it found it. That is where this story rests tonight. in a rented apartment somewhere in a city that kept right on going, in a morning after, in 2 cups of tea cooling slowly on the low table, in the ordinary and unremarkable light of a day, beginning the way days begin, without any visible sign at all of what the night before had held or what had burned away in the dreaming hours before the sun came up. Sleep well. And so we have come to the end of tonight's stories. The voices have grown quiet now, the last of them fading like breath on a cold window. All that remains is the stillness around you.